After the long-awaited reveal that we have finally got that the Hishaku, all the remaining members, I believe, are sitting in front of us. And we get a small little scene here that honestly is like the correct interpretation of how most people probably felt seeing the rest of the Kamunabi members. We hear so much about these sorcerers, these high-level enemies, that there's nothing known about them. They have no family registry, they have no histories, yet they were able to do the unthinkable and kill the smith of the enchanted blades. And through this old man, we are literally able to see like the genuine reaction that like any of us would probably have, that I had reading this chapter, because you look at all of these, for lack of a better term, mostly children, right? I mean, the one guy with the crazy messed up hairdo, he must have pissed his barber off that day. I don't know what's been going on. Hopefully he's trying to heal that. If that is his actual style, I feel bad. But anyway, without roasting this guy too hard, mostly children. He seems like he might be a teenager, an older, younger adult, but most of these other people seem like teenagers. And the old man says this as Yora pulls up and is like, hey, show me the restroom. He's like, yeah, you know what? Everyone else hid, but I wanted to see the people that killed Rokuhira. And honestly, I'm disappointed. You guys look like a bunch of lowly thugs. I was expecting to see rare, insanely legendary monsters. And he basically calls them out and says, you know what? You guys have been revered as phantoms. Nothing. You guys are just crafty. I don't know exactly what happens in this moment. Whether this has to do with Yora's sorcery, whether this has to do with some kind of darkness that resides within him, the secret that honestly a lot of people have been theorizing, and I even theorized last chapter with the fact that we know the Sword Saint is also familiar with whatever is going on. It seems like there are specific things going on in a time frame. We have a very clear-cut moment last chapter of the Sword Saint realizing that it's almost time to do things. And even the subtle remark that the Magatsumi voice, the word and only word that the Sword Saint has uttered in over a decade, was at a specific 3:47 p.m. timing. Almost as if the Hishaku have been following everything to a T, potentially, some kind of schedule. And we even see it here, right before they infiltrate the rest of the Hishaku members into the depths of Kamunabi headquarters. The person that we saw with Hirohiko in the very beginning of the Swordbearer assassination arc seems to be drawing a seal, some kind of hole in the barrier of the Kamunabi. And there was a traitor in the midst of all of the people maintaining the barrier, and he was maintaining a blip for a very specific time. Unfortunately, I mean, for him, he gets caught by one of the higher ups in the Kamunabi and they're able to repair the blip, but the Hishaku are able to catch on to this, adapt, and still make their way inside. And this is where things get weird, because if the Sword Saint is on a timetable, just like all of the other Hishaku members are, this moment where Yora flips his coin for the old man and says, hey, if I hit tails, you can kill me. If I hit heads, you'll show me the restroom. Once that coin hits and it falls to heads instead of the old man's tails, the old man is shocked. He feels this oppressive, disgusting aura as we kind of look into some kind of ritual or spiritual site, potentially the inner chambers of the Sword Saint, because we see Yora's eyes, his blackened, dark-hued eyes, as he says that the gods are on his side. Listen, I don't want to theorize too crazy, but if Yora and the Sword Saint are connected to some degree, this is pretty much the biggest clear-cut proof that we could ever get. On top of the fact that, again, if all of these things have been mobilized and the 4D, dare I say 5D chess that Yora and Hatshaku have been planning are actually down to the minute second, and it has been since the Rakuzachi that all of this has been planned, then you know what? Honestly, I'm with the old man when Yora goes, hey, now am I living up to your expectations? The old man immediately shows him that restroom and says, what the hell is with this guy? So whatever the heck Yora is with, whatever Yora's special trait is, whatever Yora's sorcery is, whatever his origins are, I'm probably betting my money on them being very related to the Sword Saint in some way, shape, or form. How crazy would it be if the Sword Saint no longer able to enact his will of releasing the malediction upon the world, the Sword Saint and the Shinichi were so powerful, their true realm was so strong, they were able to literally imbue that will into another person, into another human being. Like, what if Yora is literally just the Shinichi incarnate or some crazy thing like that?
This video is sponsored by GamerSupps, the ultimate energy and focus formula. GamerSupps is an awesome drink made up of a bunch of vitamins like vitamin C, vitamin D3, B6, B12, and vitamin H. All super good for you and your health. So it's not one of those awful sugar-filled concoctions that's gonna make you crash after drinking it. If you're still skeptical about it, go check out the link and use my code anyway. They are more than willing to send you some free samples and give you a chance to try their product for free. Use my code NOOP now for 10% off, and thank you GamerSupps for sponsoring the channel.
Alls I know is that even though most of the Hoshaku members are children, they have to be some kind of unique level of power. As we even see earlier on, Azami deals a finishing blow, in quotation marks, to the samurai Hoshaku member that was the first to enter the threat elimination grounds. And even Azami says, this feels off. This feels very interesting. I wouldn't even be surprised if this guy was a decoy, if this samurai guy was not even a real Hoshaku member, a fake. Or if, as a lot of people have also mentioned, that this guy is just gonna literally get right back up and we are going to see an even greater battle between Azami and the samurai guy, because there is something going on with all of these Hoshaku members. If some of them are this young, yet they're able to present a problem to the government of this level. Even one of the youngest members that looks like he's very nervous. A lot of people are mentioning he's constantly nervous. He goes to the bathroom with Yora and he's not able to actually go to the bathroom because he's anxious. And Yora mentions that nervousness is something to exist with. Everybody gets scared sometimes, and that's something that is a tale as old as time with bravery, you know. Oh, you know, how do you be so brave? How are you not scared? The brave person is always scared. They fight through the bravery. And the one thing that's important besides this little philosophical tangent I went on is Yora says this child is the strongest fighter in the Hoshaku and he has nothing to worry about. Are all of these kids Shokoku residents that have been raised for this very specific moment? They all kind of have similar hairstyles. It wouldn't surprise me if this was the Shikoku Revolution in some way, shape, or form. Because again, where did Yora acquire all of these orphans, all of these children from? If they have no family registries and we don't know what their relationship is between each other, that makes the most sense, right? A lot of people have been also theorizing Yora is a Shikoku resident. But what if, again, he's literally the malediction incarnate, putting together a team of people that can bring the malediction back to the rest of the world in revenge for what the malediction did to the island? I'm going on plenty of speculation here. But speaking of unique abilities, the last piece that this chapter finishes off with, as the Hoshaku members infiltrate in one of the most hype squad pull-up moments, and also for Yora being just the leader, the fact that he is more than willing to aura farm with his, his allies, peak. But also peak is Hokazono foreshadowing and ending the chapter off with the reveal that now that Yora's eternal contract is broken, it's potentially possible this man will be able to awaken his original sorcery. And that is something that the community and the fandom has been talking about for a long time, especially since Yora came back. So I think that's what I'm most excited to see, besides all of the big fights that are clearly going to occur, especially with Samura, Chihiro, the Masumi, all making their way to Kamunabi headquarters as well. Hiyuki and Shiba are still absent. Shiba does have teleportation, so it's possible he can pick Hiyuki up and make a quick gun to Kamunabi headquarters. Considering the Masumi were able to get a notification, it makes sense the other guys would be able to get a notification. However, Shiba does have a habit of being late almost all of the time. So that's also something to keep in mind. So this raid on Kamunabi headquarters just continually increases in stakes and just in random pathways that I did not expect the story to go into, because some of the fights that just broke out are things that I never would have expected. And also there are some theories that we were alluding to last chapter that, in my opinion, definitely 110% got confirmed as well. Because immediately right where the chapter starts off is with the higher ups that were in charge of the barrier realizing that, yep, all the Hoshaku members just infiltrated and got in. We have no choice now but to fight the Hoshaku. We were hoping that everyone would just go to fight Azami. And again, we still don't even know what's going on there. Azami seemed to have clearly no-diffed that samurai Hoshaku member, but even he feels like something isn't right. And if, from what Yura says in this chapter, all of this is meant to be one big distraction. And if that truly is the case and all of these Hoshaku members have shown up, it has to be for as big of an event as killing Rokuhira was. And we already know that the Sword Saint has begun to move. We haven't touched base with where the Sword Saint is or what he's doing currently since he actually stood up. But from context clues, we can clearly put together that all of this is a coordinated effort without a doubt. However, what makes the raid so fun is some of the unpredictable moments that, again, I referenced earlier, because Aruha being alive is now confirmed to be a surprise to the Hoshaku. Yura did not account for Aruha actually still being a threat. And the moment he sees him, while you have to give credit to Yura, the man does adapt pretty quickly to the situation he just walked into. It still shows that Samura had cards under his sleeve that Yura wasn't able to anticipate. And I love and appreciate that, because for a villain who has seemed so, not flawless, but so calculated, strategic, and someone that has seemed to have thought of every possible thing, playing 4D to 5D chess, it's nice to know he isn't infallible. He can be fooled to a certain degree. He isn't just this perfect entity, which is just very humanizing for a character who, in this very same chapter, is implied to have some kind of connection to this demonic being of the Sword Saint. Last chapter, we saw a little glimpse of it, but this chapter, in one of the most surprising matchups of all time, Yura and Aruha, even Aruha sees into Yura's eyes, and whether it's him thinking of the Sword Saint or it's the Sword Saint looking through Yora's eyes themselves, whatever this quick little glimpse into this is, even Aruha knows what's going on. And he should know more than anybody, right? This brief little fight that we get is just honestly very fun and exciting to go through, especially with the reveal of one of these new characters, one of these new elite members, who normally in most circumstances, when a character is described as an elite in Kagurabachi, that's usually not a good thing, because 9 times out of 10, that just means they're going to get no diffed and they merely exist as fodder for the actual main characters to look cool and farm aura with. However, this character, Kiri, not only seems to have a really strong and impactful backstory, she, of all elite members, from the anti-Sojo squad that was formed previously to other people that we've brought in, reminds me more of a member like Hiyuki, someone that has a reason to exist outside of just aura farming fodder. This character shows up killing one of the traitors of the Kamunabi from above, cutting down the ceiling and crushing him, wielding a no-dachi or odachi, whatever you prefer. And it's amazing to me because just the weapon she's wielding shows and plays perfectly into the character that Hokazono is trying to create. This person, Kiri Shirakai, the Uzaru squad's leader, is actually the granddaughter of the creator of the EI White Purity style. And if you remember, way back when we were introduced to this sword style, there were 4 names of people that were said to have mastered this swordsmanship ability. And with all the previous characters using katanas, this one using a Nodachi, one of the longest and more heavier combat swords, speaks to not only how strong she is, if she truly is that final master of EI White Purity style, but also it flows perfectly into another piece of her backstory, which is her grandfather being so traditional and old school. He doesn't believe that women should be fighting. He doesn't believe that women should be using swords. In his own words, their dainty hands aren't able to hold and wield katanas properly. And this, instead of turning her into someone that just said, all right, I guess this is my place in the world, she said, screw you, Grandpa. I'm not only going to master your sword style with an insanely harder and bigger blade than you do, I'm gonna kill you when I get strong enough one day. I already love this character. I love everything that she stands for, and I think she's an interesting addition to the cast. And it makes me, for once, hopeful that an elite character might survive. And it's also good to know as well that we get concrete confirmation she's not one of the Hoshaku traitors as well, because I know that was a big issue that the higher ups were having. Calling in all of these elite squad members as much as they want to, and as much as that will buff the Kamunabi's defenses, with people being in these teams that may be defectors, they could just be bringing in more traitors to congregate in the same area and creating more chaos. But at this point, they don't really have a choice. However, through Kiri's backstory, we can see that Aruha and Samura have raised her since she was a child as babysitters because they were students of Shirakai Sensei, the creator of the EI White Purity style. With her being confirmed as an ally that Aruha and Hikori can trust, the battle with the appearing Hoshaku members immediately kicks off. And it's interesting that the person that Yura describes as the strongest Hoshaku member immediately gets no diff kicked into another planet. Not actually, he gets kicked through a wall and just hasn't shown back up yet. And I'm sure we'll see more of him. But not only does it allow Aruha to display a high power level even without Kumayori, using his original sorcery known as Koen, or the Crimson Recital, which was something a lot of people were very much worried and expecting, and we again got the cliffhanger last chapter that he was probably going to reveal it. What the spell and sorcery actually is, we don't know for sure. However, I've had the inkling just based off of Aruha's character. He reminds me very much of Choso from Jujutsu Kaisen. And again, whether or not you think that's a proper way with it being crimson and him seemingly getting blood marks on his face, completely possible that it may have something to do with him imbuing his blood with power to increase his physical strikes. Because once Aruha and Yura do clash with swords, Yura does specifically mention that that power he previously had is gone, so he can really only enable it to fortify one strike at a time. Could be something similar to Flowing Red Scale. I could be completely off, but either way, Yura pulling a blade out of a book and using that to fight against Aruha, and again, his eyes flickering with the Sword Saint's power, is a terrifying sight, especially with the fact that, again, I had no idea we were going to get a fight as critical as Aruha versus Yura. Even Aruha is like, damn, you're really showing up to do your own dirty work, which you gotta give Yura credit for. Again, as a villain, I think Hokazono kills it every single time with when Yura is on screen. He really does steal the show, and I'm excited to see more about this character. Also, we have the one guy who thankfully a lot of you corrected me and told me that he's bald and it was just his tie that he had over his head and wasn't some kind of fucked up haircut. He's got the Mako, the Demon Bite ability, and supposedly their trump card, what the Hoshaku has, a card called the Death Match that surrounds everyone with these Demon Bite summons and even gets Kiri involved in battle and potentially locks Aruha and Yura into a battle. Because again, even if Yura doesn't go any further than fighting Aruha, because I don't think either of these characters will die here. I really don't think either character is gonna die here. I think Aruha and Yura will both walk away from this because again, the Hoshaku's job is just to create a momentary distraction for obviously the Sword Saint to reclaim the Shinichi. With that being said, I am more than excited to see what the hell goes on here, and also what else the Hoshaku members have to show for, because if this is only just one of the elite members, who are the other elite members? I'm sure we can trust. There are multiple panels, and also panels shown that are completely blacked out silhouettes of characters we haven't even seen before. So it stands to reason that with the one Hoshaku member saying that there are more people coming, there are even more fights that are going to break out. And we also know that Chihiro and Samura are also going to be appearing. Who is on the chopping block? Who is going to survive what might be, again, one of the biggest arcs that we've gotten in Kagurabachi since the Swordbearer assassination? So despite this chapter basically just being one big introduction for two characters that are clearly going to be playing a major part in the Kamunabi raid, I can't say I'm all too mad. Because while there are definitely very intense things going on in the story, what with Chihiro and Samura making their way over to the Kamunabi raid as we speak, we've got Aruha and Yora currently getting into what Yora referred to as a death match. There's just so many different things emerging, and I know a lot of people felt a little bit wishy-washy when it came to the introduction of Kiri's character last chapter, but I also think that she's a very nice addition to the cast as well. What with a lot of the elite characters in Kagurabachi almost essentially becoming a community staple meme at this point, as elite members not really lasting long and basically almost always losing their fights, it's kind of refreshing to see characters that might actually have more going for them and have actually dynamic and interesting fights to contribute to the story, instead of just being these characters that are built up to be broken down instantly for another one. And I'm not saying that that is always a problem in the story. What I am saying is that these characters do have just some kind of aura about them that makes them feel special. We also get a quick flashback to Ibuki Masaka, the original wielder of Cloud Gouger, and we find out that not only were people like Samura able to create massive legends like the Phoenix for themselves on the battlefield of the Seitei War, we also find out that even young swordsmen like Ibuki Masaka, a 20-year-old, basically rookie swordsman, was able to be hailed far and wide as a swordsman that was not only on par with Samura, but even started funny and interesting quotes like "Rain without clouds, evildoers are doomed. Hail in summer, evildoers will perish. Thunder without black clouds, the sound of evildoers meeting their demise." The three different techniques of Cloud Gouger all had their own sayings, which is just proof that this guy was built different. And we kind of had already been getting foreshadowing that the wielder of Cloud Gouger was a menace, but apparently, according to this samurai assassin Hoshaku member, who we find out whose name is Hokuto, according to him, this Cloud Gouger wielder was nothing compared to his peak. At the end of their duel, despite all of his accolades, despite all of his power, it meant absolutely nothing in the face of fighting this character. And even Azami, as he looks at this dead corpse, quote unquote, in front of him, is like, this is supposed to be the guy that not only ambushed Rokuhira, probably is supposed to be the guy that ambushed and killed Misaka in a one-on-one. So this is just weird, and now we find out why it was weird. This was a sorcery-controlled puppet, basically just distracting Azami the entire time. And we find out, once again, the Hoshaku have just been conducting 4D chess, because Hatshaku, on a phone call with this newly introduced Hokuto, the samurai Hoshaku member, says, "Hey, what are you up to?" And we find out he's literally just like buying cigarettes and hanging out at like a local convenience store while his puppet actually does the fighting down below. He's not even in the Kamunabi raid right now, which is just like, goes to show you again what level of character we're dealing with. Because while a lot of the other Hoshaku members that were revealed were younger, and while supposedly they are very strong fighters, it's safe to say that the characters that participated in the raid against Rokuhira and actually participated in that assassination are not only the leaders of the Hoshaku, but the most mature and experienced of them. Anyway, getting back into it, and getting back to what I was saying in the first place, Hokuto actually says that, you know what? I hate being commended and praised for killing Misaka, because he just wasn't him anymore. After 15 years, he'd lost his fangs. And we find out Misaka's brother, who was only 2 years his younger, brother, and was known as being just as powerful of a sword wielder as Cloud Gouger's wielder. However, during the Seitei War and when enchanted blades were being handed out and passed down, there was only one remaining enchanted blade. And unfortunately, Kumayori went to Aruha as opposed to Misaka's brother. In the face of what he and even Cloud Gouger's wielder thought of was a failure and a slight weakness in the younger brother, this younger brother has been training relentlessly, trying to power himself up and make himself eject that weakness that made him lose out to the Kumayori to Aruha. Someone who was also very similar in age, just 1 year younger to Misaka's brother, and also at the same time was just as much of a rookie and a newbie, and the only thing that went about him was probably his specific personality and connection to Rokuhira, and the fact that he was one of the youngest to master the white purity style, which is again something that has only been mastered by 4 people according to the board. Now, this younger brother's name, whose name is Natsuki Misaka, is down in the training grounds, basically using the motivation of Aruha getting the sword and not him to make sure he is ready for when the Hoshaku strike again. And just as his training session is interrupted and the person explains to him, hey, did you not hear the broadcast? The Hoshaku are attacking. He thinks immediately to his brother's death. And it's very clear that this Natsuki Misaka, the younger brother of the Cloud Gouger wielder, is going to be more than ready to get revenge for his brother. Because without a doubt, when the one guy reporting to him says, hey, are you ready for this battle? This aura farmer turns and says, I've had a long warm-up. Because remember, in Natsuki's own words, he says, hey, my brother lost the will to fight after the war. However, I have never let my focus waver. So this might be the battle that Hokuto, the Samurai Hoshaku member, has been asking for and wanting. Even though what he is definitely excited for and is charging into the Kamunabi raid for is to fight Aruha, which seems to just make him start to go crazy and want to battle Aruha, because this guy has to be potentially related to Kuguri in some way, or at least is the master of Kuguri, because it seems very similar in he's losing his mind thinking of getting a chance to actually battle Aruha. So there are plenty of things that are introduced in this chapter that I hope to see more of. Kiri is mentioned again as the Hachaku is trying to inspire excitement in Hokuto and be like, hey, you got the Misaka's brother, you've got that, Shirokai's grandchild to get excited about. Come on. So he's clearly a very battle-hungry person, and whatever his sorcery is, it's clearly super strong, because not only is he able to create puppets that are able to fight at least somewhat on the level of Azami to make him think that he was a real person until he got cooked, he's able to draw his sword and slash this guy's cigarette so fast and use a little bit of spirit energy to create enough friction to light this guy's cigarette, which is just, again, going to show the level of power that some of these older Hoshaku members may have when being compared to the younger Hoshaku members. Now, I don't want to downplay the younger Hoshaku members yet, even though one of them just got kicked through multiple walls of Aruha. I think that is clearly a misdirection on Hokuzono's half. Again, because we have now moved past the era, hopefully, moved past the era of elite squad characters getting no diffed. We have now entered the phase of Kagurabachi where it's going to be very intense fights and very dynamic character interactions during those fights, which is all we can ever hope for and more. Not to say the fights before were bad, the fights before were badass, but I think a lot of these fights are going to start feeling a lot more impactful and have a lot more depth, and I am more than excited for that, 110%. And we even have more things going on, like I said earlier, with Aruha battling Yora in a death match. Chihiro and Samura are also on their way. These might not even be the only elite squad members that we're going to get introduced to. I am more than ready. I've been ready. I'm sure you guys are too, to get into what might be one of Kagurabachi's biggest arcs. As we get introduced to more and more of these new characters in the series, this arc seems like it's shaping up to be a very big expansion of the Kagurabachi protagonist cast, which is something that I think a lot of people have been asking for a long time, because we finally have what I think might be one of, if not one of the only characters to ever survive the Elite Warrior curse. Because I'll be completely honest with you, towards the end of this battle, I was getting worried that it might end up the same way that it always does. But thankfully, with the chapter quite literally named after her, Kiri, after only being introduced, comes off as one of the coolest characters that has been introduced in Kagurabachi in a solid minute. And with the fact that she not only is related to the creator of the EI White Purity style, but her entire character seeks to destroy the EI White Purity style for everything that it is by just handicapping herself and making swordsmanry as a whole harder on herself, just to not only prove her grandfather wrong, but so she can be an absolute badass doing it. Because with her wielding in Odachi / no Dachi, a blade that is so weighty, very clunky, and hard to use, a lot of people were questioning what she was going to be able to do with this. Is she an EI White Purity style user with this gigantic blade just so she can prove her grandpa wrong that she was able to use his sword style? It's the exact opposite. She uses this gigantic blade in such a unique way that she basically almost creates her own style of weaponry and attack that I haven't seen in realistically any other series. If anyone can think of anything similar, please feel free to just drop it down in the comments, because this is one of the coolest things that I've seen in a long time, and I might gush and glaze about it for a little bit, but it is such a perfect way to explain Kiri's character and show us everything that she is all about. Instead of being someone that is going to prove her grandfather wrong by doing what he can only better, she goes her own route entirely. Using this giant Odachi, someone in my chat actually described it as she is a walking blender, where instead of using the hilt, which would of course take all of the disadvantages of the clunkiness of the heavy weight and put it into the swordsmanship where she can't really fight close quarters, what this badass girl boss does is she, instead of wielding the sword by the hilt, she quite literally plays like a balance juggle with the Odachi, to the point that she literally just uses the gravity and weight of it to dance the blade around her body, and uses her body as almost like a magnetic center, to where if you were to take her out of the equation, it would literally appear as if the sword is just slicing and dicing sporadically in a storm of slices and cleaves. And again, she is just in the middle. Like, think of just some kind of revolution device. I can't even think of the word, because I'm just blown away with how cool of a demonstration she gives us. Another thing that I have to say about Kiri that just proves Hokazono truly does know where he's going when it comes to writing these characters and giving them the best possible ways to not only show off their goals, their aspirations, and who they are as people, but show off the things that they have done to get this far on those journeys, since technically we're popping in on Kiri's, life story halfway through. She's had her flashbacks with Aruha, with her grandfather, always wanting to destroy the white EI Purity style. And because of that, she finds herself in a situation where, because of the lion's head's demon masks that are appearing that the Hashaku Tai guy summoned before Yura told all of the Hashaku members to leave him behind so he can handle Aruha, and they should continue the operation, which I'll get into in a little bit here. But focusing back on Kiri, you have the Kamunabi trader, who is all about speed. She has the two small swords, and she decapitates people super quick with one big quick zip. And the big issue as well, which is a perfect combination, the lion's heads, when they are destroyed, they actually end up weighing the person that destroyed them down and everyone on the enemy side down heavily. Even when Aruha is fighting Yura, he begins to start weighing down heavier because of the situation. So it's literally like an area of effect against enemies only. And Kiri quickly discovers this. She goes, well, the more I destroy, the slower and heavier I'm going to get. And all's the traitor is going to do is wait until I've killed all of the lion's mask, so that way I am as slow as possible, and then she's gonna use her speed to just completely override me and defeat me. So Kiri does one of the coolest things that I've ever seen in regards to adaptation, and also, again, just showing what she is capable of and what her character is all about. Because what she chooses to do is she cuts out the floor, saves Hikori from the surrounding attack of lion's heads. She then tanks every single one of these lion's chomps, which pins her in place and does some serious damage to her, but also leaves her completely restrained, so that way the speed girl can just zip her way off and decapitate her. And again, this is the moment where I said, oh crap, the elite curse is about to strike and we're gonna lose this character, because she bit off more than she could chew. But again, this is how you know Kiri is the real deal, because not only did she tank all of those lion mask chomps, she tanks one of the girl's fucking kunai katana knives, whatever she has, right through her arm, and then grabs her right before she stabs it through the head. And she says, sorry, I'm used to speed, which is, again, beautiful character writing on Hokuzono's part, because if you really truly think about it, not only has Kiri developed a completely unique sword style to spit in the face of what her grandfather always told her, that women are too slender and weak to actually wield katanas. So not only did she reject the EI White Purity style and everything to do with the speed about it, she took a blade that was way heavier than anything her grandfather would wield. She developed her own sword style to use it in a way that could potentially give her impenetrable defense, as the Kunoichi girl says. And at the very end of all of this, she proves her durability, and then she shows how she has selectively trained herself to handle high speed attacks. Because again, if she's going to crush the EI White Purity style, this unique weaponry swordsmanship style that uses speed to its full advantage, it makes sense this girl would fully be able to handle the highest of speed attacks. And yeah, she literally says that this is nothing if this is as fast as you can go. I'm used to handling real beasts, which again, probably the real users of the EI White Purity style that probably completely outlevel this girl or anything she is capable of. She turns all of the lion's heads and the girl into a shish kebab in one single moment. What a beautiful end, because again, the more she took out, the heavier she got. And the heavier she got, the less she would be able to respond to the girl's speed. So instead of taking them all down one by one, she takes them out all in one shot and bears the weight of everything in that moment. So hey, there's no enemies to worry about now, right? Wrong. Because right in that moment, we've got Hokuto, the big famous Hishaku member that's on everyone's mind since he was last introduced last chapter. And after finding out Aruha was involved, this man wasted no time in showing up right where he needed to be, almost on the dot. Not only is Hokuto clearly a threat, considering he is one of the oldest members of the Hishaku, which has to mean something, he is clearly going to try and help Yora fight Aruha. Even though Yora is probably a very strong warrior on his own, he's not stupid enough to try and take on a warrior like Aruha by himself. But either way, all I know is I am more than excited to see what the hell happens next if Hokuto is already making an appearance. I mean, honestly, it just tells me that we might actually see Natsuki show up a lot sooner than we thought. We might literally see Natsuki show up way sooner than we thought, and he might be the one to handle Hokuto, because Kiri might be bearing the weight and not be able to protect Hikori very well. Because again, as always, Hikori is the key ingredient to surviving this arc. And this is just gonna get crazier with Samura and Chihiro on their way. I know a lot of people are upset Hiyuki and Shiba won't be involved, but again, if Hiyuki and Shiba, even if they got notified Kamunabi headquarters is being raided, if they leave the sword bearers, they're just leaving the other enchanted blades completely open. So one thing that you would know about me if you've been following my Kagurabachi reviews is I have constantly had one singular criticism of the series, and that is that sometimes it feels like the main cast is very small and newer characters that get introduced are just immediately tossed aside in order to make other characters that are a part of the main cast get built up. However, it seems like in this Kamunabi raid, characters like Kiri and especially characters like Natsuki are going to be mainstays in the cast that not only have their own contributions to the plot, have their own relevant goals and backstories that are going to tie into these battles against the Hishaku. Because now that Hokuto is here, a character that definitely seems to be putting off an aura that he is very powerful, because right after the previous chapter that we just saw how badass Kiri can be and how strong she comes off when it comes to wielding a long giant blade like an odachi, like a blender almost. I've seen people in my comments compare it to. She throws a slash with that odachi and Hokuto calls it weak. He's not even phased by it and doesn't even chip his armor. Now you can argue that Kiri is currently being nerfed by the deathmatch spell that is currently going on from that one Hishaku member before he dipped out, because she has bore the weight of all 5 deathmatch masks now. She even kind of mentions that, yeah, Hokuto is crazy strong. If I was in good condition, I would probably be able to do a much better job against him. And honestly, I gotta give Hikori a little bit of props where I can here, because I assume the same has to be said for him, because they try to set up a diversion here where Kiri throws that weak slash and gives Hikori an opening to throw an Iso blast, but Hikori has used Iso about 3 times now, and especially with the information we got at the beginning of the raid where Hikori's Iso and storage abilities are going to be forever nerfed, it makes sense that after using Iso 3 times, it would just barely be able to push Hokuto off of his, fighting stance, which I think one speaks for the, level of power that Hokuto brings to the table, but also how heavily this nerf is affecting Hikori. He does think that if he tries hard enough, he can produce a level of Iso that he was able to do before, but we don't really get to have that moment because this fight is immediately interrupted by Natsuki, who we already know has a absolute fucking target on the Hishaku member that actually killed his brother, the original wielder of Cloud Gouger. And right now, it seems like Natsuki doesn't know that he is literally facing the Hishaku member that killed his brother, which the fact that this battle starts off with Hokuto being confident enough to say, hey, if you beat me, I'll introduce you to your brother's killer. But if I beat you, then you know what? You tell me Aruha's location, because we know Hokuto has this Aruha obsession, which funnily enough plays actually perfectly well into this little Natsuki Hokuto dynamic, because we know not only was Natsuki passed over for the Kumayori because of Aruha, as we get a little bit more information into this chapter, we see that Natsuki just outright hates Aruha. It's so funny because this just shows the kind of person Natsuki is. Natsuki takes himself very seriously. He takes swordplay very seriously, where we know Aruha is a little bit more of a zany character type, right? He definitely has, his own serious moments, but, he's a strong, war veteran. However, we've seen Aruha kind of, go crazy a little bit, right? So we know that when he kind of doesn't, use honorifics when he talks to Natsuki, it's not because he disrespects Natsuki. When he says, hey, we're younger, we're closer in age, so we should be pals together, it's not because he looks down on Natsuki. It's because Aruha's probably just a good guy and he's just trying to be nice. And Natsuki absolutely cannot stand that because he seems to be such a hard ass. Now, Natsuki is cool, don't get me wrong. He's not like an herbivore or anything like that because he takes himself too seriously. He has all of the power and strength to back it up. Remember, Natsuki has been training relentlessly since the day that his brother died in order to make sure that he would be strong enough to handle the person that was supposedly capable of handling, again, one of the strongest warriors on the Enchanted Blade side, which was Cloud Gouger. So, in this moment here, when Hokuto just says, hey, I'll introduce you to your brother's killer, that, foreshadows to me that there's going to be a moment when Natsuki loses and he's like, hey, by the way, I killed your brother, and then he kills Natsuki. But again, I'm just a doomer. I hope that that doesn't happen, and I would love to see Natsuki continue on to the story. Don't think that I want to see this guy dead. That's just what I worry about. That's how my mind works. I do love that Natsuki puts out a lot of presence in this chapter. Not only does he get a lot of glaze from Hokuto, where Kiri, again, even though Kiri is nerfed, she was immediately dismissed by Hokuto, but Hokuto says that Natsuki is not only fast, but we see in a similar slash of the blade, it's able to slice through Hokuto's armor completely. And, you know, Hokuto is a pretty decent warrior. He changes sword hands and starts fighting that way, but Natsuki is able to do almost the exact same thing and almost gets Hokuto's face with an impalement. And honestly, we start a jumping moment here, and I'm not even too mad about it. Natsuki, even though he's fighting his brother's killer here, again, he doesn't know it, doesn't seem to be too mad at it either. Everyone is just absolutely destroying the Kamunabi headquarters in this fight, because not only did Natsuki cut a hole through the wall, push it through to enter this big fight that we had earlier, we also just recently had last chapter where Kiri was destroying holes in the ceiling and falling through ceilings. This poor Kamunabi worker, this poor salaried employee that just wishes he took the day off today, has to deal with the fact that he's gonna have to probably list all of this property damage and do all of this paperwork, and just keeps asking these people to stop destroying the headquarters. And what happens? The headquarters just keeps getting destroyed. But I mean, we get cool moments out of it, because Kiri not only slashes and pushes this giant block of wall towards Hokuto to block off his exit path, we see that Natsuki actually legitimately has electricity sorcery, which is, I mean, super convenient if you really think about it. The fact that Cloud Gouger's brother would have lightning sorcery of all things, so he can kind of almost mimic his brother's own abilities to a certain degree. That the fact that he was able to use it with enchanted sorcery, like, we get a solid moment where we see Natsuki able to just shoot a giant lightning bolt, and Hokuto blocks it with all of this samurai armor. That is definitely tied into his sorcery with a huge degree. He clearly can use it very versatilely for defense, offense. He can make a puppet with the samurai armor. Whatever the hell Hokuto's sorcery is, it is absolutely an insane issue that these guys are going to have to deal with. Because while Natsuki again puts up a pretty good fight against Hokuto, I think it's most likely because Hokuto's a little caught off guard right now. With him taking things a little bit more seriously, I'm worried this fight is gonna start getting a little bit more intense. I mean, we have to remember here, the way this chapter ends off is with Yora and Aruha falling through the ceiling as well, which, funnily enough, the poor Kamunabi employee just fucking gives up on trying to protect the headquarters at this point, which he should have done from the beginning. There's so much going on. The actual Hoshaku have invaded. I think property damage is the least of our worries here. But with this potentially becoming a big group battle, or whatever is going to occur in this big moment, because again, I have to say it so many times, but it's important to remember Samura and Chihiro are also on their way. We don't know where exactly they're going to teleport into, but it could potentially be here, because right now we have a big grouping of a lot of important people here. Yora, Aruha, Hokuto, Natsuki, Kiri, and Hakori are all here. Hakori needs to get the hell out of here because he needs to go to find the Shinichi so they don't get a hold of it. And we also know the other Hoshaku members are infiltrating other portions of the Kamunabi headquarters. Azami found out he's fighting a puppet, so he's probably going to be leaving the execution grounds and going to see what else is going on. And on top of all of this, the one thing I do want to mention and end this video with, potentially the people that comment this aren't making it to the end of the video anyway, but I do want to say I get a lot of comments asking where's Shiba and where's Hiyuki, and that it's bad writing that they're not here. I definitely think it was made very clear that Hiyuki and Shiba are protecting the other enchanted blade wielders, and while sure the Masumi did get the notification that headquarters was being raided, they probably got the notification too. You have to remember that even though Shiba could probably teleport in here, if Shiba does that, he's leaving the enchanted blade wielders unguarded. And sure, we have to argue the Shinichi might be more important than the enchanted blades, but again, with the 40 chests that the Hoshaku have played up until this point, who says that these aren't tree clones or something like that? And then the actual Hoshaku take this opportunity to kill the other enchanted blade wielders. Now, I'm not saying that's what their plan is, because clearly the overall plan is to get the Shinichi. That's what they're working on. But they have to take all options into account here when they're defending everything. But either way, wherever this plot line goes, I'm more than excited to see. and continue on reading this story, because I've said it before, this is clearly going to be a very big arc and a big turning point for all of Kagurabachi, because I think no matter what happens in this arc and how, I don't even know how to begin with where it will end, but I think this is going to be a change for the story that nothing in the world will be the same. Because if the Hoshaku get their hands on the Shinichi, the power balance is gonna shift in a very meaningful way. So, and I think if the Kamunabi are completely destroyed after this, the country as a whole is gonna be completely different. So honestly, I was a little curious how Hokuzono was going to handle this battle royale-like setting when it comes to the Kamunabi raid, because now that we have a situation where Aruha, Natsuki, and Hokuto and Yura are basically in the exact same room, I was like, are they gonna move into 1v1s? Turns out Hokuzono just said, screw it, we're just gonna have them all fight in one big free-for-all, which genuinely does make for some of the most exciting content that, I mean, every week Kagurabachi has just been one after the other, banger chapter after banger chapter. But it is genuinely always fun to see Hokuzono try new ways to bring highlights to how different the level of sorcerers and just swordsmen in general that we're dealing with are right now. Because we have spent so much time, you know, watching Chihiro, watching Hirohiko, these younger characters that, again, while they are geniuses and a part of their generation, and they are going to probably one day surpass the people that we even see on panel and pages today, the truth is, this is a level of battle that we quite literally have not seen up until this point. We've seen crazy stuff. I mean, even the battle in the Rakuzachi arc when the Shinichi was wielded was an insane upscale in difficulty. But watching the leader of the Hoshaku, as well as the person that not only killed Ibuki Misaka, the wielder of Cloud Gouger, the person that supposedly actually stabbed Kunishige Rokuhira in the heart themselves and is responsible for killing the man. Now, obviously, the Hoshaku all did that operation together, but he's the one that put the killing blow in. So not only does that create a grudge between Natsuki, who is specifically looking to revenge his brother. You've got Aruha, who we know how he feels about Kunishige. And now you've got Hokuto admitting that he's the killer of him as well. It's also funny to me that the kind of instigator that Hokuto just is, because Yura tries to get Hokuto to shut up before the fight begins like twice. Hokuto is just spilling the beans on not only how his sorcery works, but the level of connection he has with both of the people to rile them up even more. And then he starts explaining how Yura is indispensable to their operation and they all have pledged allegiance to Yura and he's an irreplaceable member of the Hoshaku. And Yura's just like, dude, why are you saying all of this? And he's like, hold on, I'm not done. And one thing that I think is interesting here, I'm not sure if he's saying that this sorcery battle we're about to get in anything goes, or if he's actually claiming that when it comes to Yora's sorcery, anything goes. I'm looking to believe the latter, to be completely honest with you, because we know how crazy Yora is, and while we've really only seen him use like tree sorcery at this point, and his swordplay that's capable of at least keeping pace with Aruha and Natsuki, which is just crazy to me that Yora, even though he's like, oh, you know, Yora was too strong, I couldn't handle him, when Hokuto's like, thanks for saving him for me, I don't believe that one bit. You've got the showings of Aruha's EI White Purity style and the way that the speed is just able to present an advantage over every single character. And even though Hokuto loses an arm here, Hokuto is able to repay the favor and actually cut off a bunch of Aruha's fingers, which I think Aruha already lost a couple of them when he was fighting against Yora. So now that hand just has no fingers whatsoever. But you know what? It shows how bloodlusted that this man is and how he only wants to enjoy a fight if everybody is at their 110%. That's why he revealed all the details of his and his partner's abilities, because he wanted them to be at their best possible win percentage when he goes up against them. We already know that this is how Hokuto works. That's why he was completely disappointed in the battle against Cloud Gouger's wielder, because that Cloud Gouger wielder was not the Cloud Gouger wielder of the Seitei War. He had already lost his spunk because he got complacent after multiple years. And it's interesting too, because that's kind of how Natsuki tries to get Hokuto's attention off of Aruha, because if that's why Hokuto was mad about Ibuki, then he would definitely be mad to find out Aruha is the exact same way. Despite Aruha, you know, being pretty strong, especially having that unique swordplay of the EI White Purity, it makes him a formidable foe, yeah, but as Natsuki says, hey, you're gonna be satisfied with Aruha here, who has been doing nothing but hanging out in a hot spring, whereas I'm right here, the brother of the person that you wanted to kill the most, and I have been training, and my edge is sharper than ever. And Natsuki kind of even mentions, which we already know to be true, like, no matter how strong you get, no matter how good you are and how your swordplay and instincts become just second nature to you, there are small little details and just levels of awareness that you kind of just lose after not being in battle for a very long time. It's inevitable. You get rusty. That's something that happens no matter what you do, whether you're fighting, whether you're playing a video game. If you don't play for a while, you got to shake off the rust. You got to get used to getting back into the flow of things. And unfortunately, in Aruha's case, all of these characters have been, you know, participating in some level of battle. I mean, we know Yora has been playing his 4D chess, but I'm sure if he's been having the Hashaku, especially the younger children training, he's probably been training them or participating in training. And obviously, if Hokuto has remained completely battle hardened this entire time since Rokuhira's death, then there's got to be something that they've been doing to stay at this level of power. And of course, we already know that Natsuki is more than enough to take Hokuto's attention away from Aruha, because this is his one moment. This is this character's main goal that he has been training and fighting for a decent amount of time since his brother died. And now, with his history with Aruha and how he doesn't want to be overshadowed by Aruha, I think this final moment here truly is, it's sad to know that sometimes there are some characters that work so hard, and this is true in real life. Again, whether it's about fighting or about other things, like if you've ever worked a job before, a lot of people, you have some kind of experience being in a group and working in a group. You'll know that sometimes there are just some people that, you know, you work super hard, you try your hardest and you do your best, but in certain things, you might just not be cut out for it. And I don't know what Natsuki's, you know, his missing link is. Whether it's like knitting or if it's, you know, like with his electricity, he can like power, you know, generators and get into, you know, engineering or something. He's a great fighter, but clearly if Aruha can, surrounded by master warriors, as it says, and on the brink of death, have all of his instincts flood back to him to a level where he is just instantly making this guy, this poor guy who has been training for years, shudder. And he shows up and he just outspeeds, fucking cuts through Yora, cuts through Hokuto, and immediately fucking sets the stage where all of them are kind of standing in a circle in like such a like an aura farming moment. And Hokuto is pumped. Yora is obviously like, this man, I don't even know why I'm a part of this fight, you know? And then Aruha is of course bloodlusted, ready to go. But worst of all, Natsuki, poor Natsuki, is just staring at the ground, broken. You can see it in his face because he knows all of that work he's done. And even though Aruha has been on the sidelines for 3 years, the moment he awakened to his instincts once more, Natsuki knew he had been beaten. And I think that might be the saddest thing of all in this entire chapter. Besides, one of the coolest final double spreads I've seen in my entire life, because pure aura is here. The whole background has faded away. I'm pumped to see what the hell happens in this battle in the next chapter, or even if we cut away, there's so many interesting things that can be cut away too, especially knowing that Kiri has been set with Hikori to now continually have him chase and try and get the Shinichi. They are back on their goal, which means our girl Kiri still has potentially a good moment to shine against a different Hashaku member, because I'm going to imagine they are going to run into the other members of the Hashaku that are just outright completely invading everything. Chihiro and Samura are still going to be on their way with the Masumi. And again, you know, while Hiyuki and Shiba are still guarding the other sword bearers, is it possible they may still show up? Who knows? Again, I think at this point, knowing with how 4D chess playing the Hashaku can be, I think guarding the sword wielders might be the most important thing, because if they lose more of them, they're just going to be at an even bigger advantage. All right, so I have a crazy theory after this chapter, but you guys are just going to have to level with me and also wait for me to get to that point in the chapter, because there is plenty to discuss that goes on in chapter 93 of Kagurabachi. Literally, one of the craziest things in the world is what Hokuzono is able to cook after giving us that funny little Sojo chapter that we got last week. It's not even like he had a full break, right? However, there are so many things to highlight, which for starters is obviously the four-way death match between Hokuto and Yora, and Natsuki and Uruha. So focusing on this for a little bit, one of the most important things that you have to mention is Uruha was just having his aura farming moment last chapter, and none of that involved his sorcery. Natsuki is actually supremely mad at Uruha for not using his sorcery, because we've already established that Natsuki has a very strong inferiority complex when it comes to Uruha. So the fact that he is constantly using his electric abilities, Uruha doesn't even need to use his Crimson Recital, whatever that may be, which I have the theory it mostly works similarly to like a stack of amplification power to his abilities. For, you know, giving up a little bit of spirit energy, Uruha can empower his physical strikes, just the strikes alone. Or Yora kind of already subtly confirms this. However, we haven't gotten the full concrete definition of what Uruha's sorcery is yet, so there could be even more powers and abilities behind it that we just aren't clear of. That being said, Hokuto is just an absolute menace and a character that many people are going to remember for a long time to come. It is not going to be surprising, as more and more people begin to read this manga, that Hokuto will start showing up more and more and more, because he is the exact kind of archetype that people love. The battle-loving, absolutely just screws loose in the head kind of smoke demon that just, funnily enough, is unique in his own way, that he just blabs way too much. And Yora has constantly tried to correct Hokuto like at least 3 times in this entire deathmatch, saying, hey, why are you saying so much information? Why are you talking so much? Literally just stop. Whether you want to say Natsuki or Uruha is the stronger of the two, one thing that is clear is through Uruha's analysis of these two characters, one thing's for sure is that Yora has extreme athletic ability, but he's not some kind of sword master. He's able to hang with these guys in battle, but he is clearly the weakest link of the 4, which says way more in regards to the fact that he's clearly a sorcerer spect kind of character. His whole entire power most likely revolves around his abilities with his sorcery, whatever it may be, because Hokuto even says it's an extremely useful and mysterious ability. But you've also got his level of intelligence, right? Which plays into the massive theory that I think is sprung from this chapter, that Uruha does confirm that there's no way Hokuto is lying, that he was the character that not only killed the original wielder of Cloud Gouger, but killed Rokuhira Kunishige. Because Uruha says people that are as strong as him are a dime a dozen. They do not come often. They are far and few in between. And of course, Hokuto, even though he's lost a hand, is clearly surmised by both Natsuki and Uruha, has yet to even begin to show his full power. I mean, this could be his puppet. He hasn't even claimed to use his sorcery. What if he's pulling a Sosuke Aizen where, oh, you thought I was using my real body this entire fight, and this is just literally a puppet? We know he has this ability. It wouldn't surprise me at all. But as these 4 characters continually aura farm in the background, and we do see the other Hoshaku members committing mass murders amongst the hallways of the Kamunabi headquarters, it is nice to see a little bit more of, I guess his name is Bingo's ability. He can literally just turn his head into these giant demon mouths on top of summoning them in mass as well. That is a cool sorcerer ability. The woman whose name is Oran is able to just freeze people just by blowing the chilled air on them, which I'm imagining she also has more ice abilities as well. And we get this weird introduction of a Kamunabi soldier using a comb to fix his hair and then charging into battle, planning to fight them, hold them off, and then once he lines them up perfectly, his underlings will kill them all in one big shot. I don't know what's going on here, but things do not look good. But much more importantly among all of this is the higher up that trained Azami and Shiba begins to piece together that some of this doesn't make sense. The Hoshaku show up in totality, completely outnumbered, and even if you want to say they're a lot stronger than most of the Kamunabi people that they have in headquarters, they can't expect to survive forever. And on top of that, the Shinichi and the Sword Saint are already acting weird. The higher up literally says that he's worried that this is all one big plot. And this is where my theory comes into play, and I'm thankful that you guys were willing to wait this long to get here. We see and finish this chapter with Hokori staring at the Shinichi as he prepares to teleport the Shinichi away into the storage space where no one can get it, right? However, what if this was the plan all along? Because even the higher up mentions as such, they put the Shinichi up for auction at the Rakuzachi almost as if they were handing it over to the Kamunabi. They resealed it, inspected, and ruled out the fact that it could be controlled remotely. However, we quite literally saw the Shinichi be used remotely by the Sword Saint take control of Kyora Sazanami and enact some of its disastrous fucking powers in the Rakuzachi arc. Are the Kamunabi not aware that this was the case of what happened? Did Hiyuki not tell them that's what happened? But more importantly, we also have seen people like Hokori teleport Tobimune right to Samura. We know that he can teleport Chihiro, Enten, all of these wielders and the enchanted blades as if they were one and the same because of their spiritual connection. The Sword Saint has not made a single movement since the Rakuzachi arc when it uttered the words Magatsumi. And now it is moving again, saying the time is nigh. Am I crazy if I'm thinking that Yora's plan and all of this is actually to get Hokori to the Shinichi? I mean, Hokuto immediately knew who this guy was. And funnily enough, if you go back to the end of the Rakuzachi arc, when Yora is saying that their plan has succeeded and everything is going according to what they envisioned, and that they can now move on to the next phase, he's actually talking to a block of samurai armor. So Hokuto was the person that was discussing with Yora. These guys, the Hoshaku, have all of this infiltration scheduled down to a second. A minutia of a T of a millisecond, right? Is it that crazy to think that they've been waiting for Hokori to get to the Shinichi, and through the connection of the Shinichi and the Sword Saint, Hokori is literally going to be the one that frees the Sword Saint? He will be the one that frees and starts the malediction, the 4D chess that Yora has been playing. Am I that crazy in assuming, even if this wasn't, the direct plan, and this, we made a couple audibles along the way, it wouldn't surprise me if Hokori attempting to get the Shinichi in the store space might be exactly what Yora wanted. And whether that is Hokori immediately teleports the Shinichi to the Sword Saint, or reverse engineering, teleports the Sword Saint out of prison and to the Shinichi, or the Shinichi does go to Hokori's storage space, but through that, the Sword Saint is able to also infiltrate the storage space as well, or Hokori gets possessed like his dad. Whatever this outcome may look like, especially with the foreboding foreshadowing we get right before we see Hokori find the Shinichi, something tells me this is exactly going according to a plan, just like everything else the Hoshaku has done has been. But let me know what you guys think. Maybe I'm absolutely crazy, but I think that we're looking at what might be the end of an era next chapter. Chihiro and Samura may arrive right when it is too late. And everyone that has also been seeing death flags for Samura, I mean, the Sword Saint gets released. Maybe Samura is the only one that can handle that kind of threat right now, at least to get Chihiro, the one that could potentially solve all of this later, out. I don't know. I'm speculating, I'm predicting. All I know is I can't wait for the next chapter of Kagurabachi, guys. So this is a chapter of Kagurabachi that we have been waiting for and theorizing about for months now, it seems. Everyone knew that there was something up with the Kamunabi. There had to be traitors in the midst, not just in the lower ranks, but obviously in the upper echelon of the higher up council. And we pretty much get direct confirmation of that. I mean, it is still like kind of somewhat in question, although it's very clear that Kaizen, one of the main people in charge of not only just resealing the Shinuchi, but literally one of the highest ranking members of the entire organization, is absolutely insane to me. What his goals are, why he's teaming up with Yora and the Hoshaku, we genuinely just don't know. But what we do know is that we are pretty much cooked, for lack of a better term, and I apologize. We get like a quick little flashback before Hikori and everyone meet up at the bottom of the Kamunabi headquarters where the Shinuchi is sealed, and Ichiki, one of the 3 people that was able to seal the Shinuchi due to their overwhelming sorcerer ability, basically theorizes that, well, if it isn't me, there's only 2 other people that would have been able to tamper with the seal. I did the best of my research to check this seal, and it seemed all good to me. But as we kind of find out, and when Hikori goes to teleport the Shinuchi, Kaizen says, no, we won't be doing that, which makes Ichiki realize that, yeah, you know what, we might actually have a problem on our hands. We cut back and forth between what's going on next to the Shinuchi and the 4-way battle between Hokuto, Natsuki, Oruha, and Yora. And the reason is because Yora reveals one of the biggest details to everything. Something that people have been questioning from the very beginning, since we learned that the Shinuchi was given to the Rakuzachi and essentially just handed over to the Kamunabi. None of that made any sense to anybody. That was one of the biggest questions we still always had, was why did Yora give the Shinuchi over to Kyora? And now we have the full answer, and the reveal is absolutely insane in my honest opinion. Oruha, the only trump card that, you know, Samura was able to leave behind, the only thing that Yora didn't account for, makes him realize that he can no longer play games. They can't take this lightly anymore, and Yora needs to reveal his full power. And by doing so, he reveals that, like Kyora, he has created a connection with the Shinuchi. He poured his own spirit energy into the blade right before it was handed over to Kyora in the first place. So actually, funnily enough, even though Kyora was able to pour his spirit energy into it and get hijacked by the Sword Saint, Yora actually had prior quote-unquote ownership and prior connection with it. So Yora has been in contact with the Sword Saint, potentially telepathically, whether it be they've actually been in contact or Yora has just had the power slowly tapped into him, because again, he says that it takes pure mental fortitude to not be able to lose your mind to the Sword Saint. So whether Yora is constantly fighting against the Sword Saint, or again, they share a connection and they share a common goal, so they started working together, what is most interesting about this is Yora, in an instant, teleports out of the way between Oruha and Natsuki, because he realizes that they are going to kill him and Hokuto as fast as possible. They are putting their full effort into destroying them in this battle, and Hokuto, despite wanting nothing more than to continue this battle, realizes that Yora is gonna start putting things in a high gear. And after he reveals that he has a full connection to the Sword Saint's power, he basically starts potentially using the malediction's powers against Natsuki and Oruha, because we see his eyes turn black as they did with the Kamunabi receptionist earlier, which is again something that we already knew for sure, that Yora had some kind of connection to the Sword Saint. We don't know how deep that connection goes just yet, but it proves that this has been a plan long in the making, especially if someone like Kaizen or even the other woman that could potentially have been involved in the sealing, Yatsuru. The Hoshaku aren't just making some bad decision or rash, reckless mission to capture the blade. The reason that Yora and the Hoshaku have everything pinpointed down to the second when it comes to this headquarters invasion is because it has been planned by Yora, potentially Kaizen, potentially Yatsuru. I think it's pretty obvious that it's Kaizen, but I don't want to say we figured everything out yet. I think there's more to the story that I want to hold on to before I start calling everybody out. Maybe Kaizen has his own reasons to know that we can't teleport the Shinichi away, because actually teleporting it away will just make Hikori another valid target for the Sword Saint to absorb and control. As he mentions in his quick little deduction, they do know that the Shinichi can be controlled remotely, and basically by channeling your own spirit energy into the blade, the Sword Saint is able to hijack your sense of self completely, and if you don't have the mental fortitude to handle it, it's basically guaranteed death. Yura himself even knows this, but tackles this challenge because not only does he insist that he won't lose the mental fortitude like Tora Sazanami eventually did in that battle, but he knows his determined will is stronger than anything to keep him going, and clearly that is the case because he's using the Shinichi's power while the Shinichi is still sealed. He is connected with the blade and tapping into its powers even when he's not attached to it. It shows how much he has dived into the blade's synchronization. And last but not least, something that Yura even mentions himself with Aruha's arrival is that he does not know how the situation in Kyoto is going. Yura can only assume he knows what's going on at the Bloodshed Hotel with Hirohiko, Kuguri, Samura, and all of the people that are currently fighting, especially Chihiro. One thing that Yura definitely won't see coming is Samura turning against them. However, I'm sure that might be something that Yura has some kind of contingency plan for. With the reveal that the chapter ends on his feathers basically floating away from the Bloodshed Hotel, Samura's of course, it seems like Chihiro and Samura and the Masumi are going to arrive right when the situation gets as terrible as it possibly can, when the malediction immediately breaks out. Whether they show up the moment the Sword Saint breaks out of prison, which would be absolutely dramatic and intense, or they show up just in time to hopefully save Natsuki and Aruha here, because one thing that would be absolutely just awful would be bringing Aruha back and getting us all excited that he was still alive just to have Yura kill him right here. I personally really don't know if I would be able to handle that. That would be awful. But either way, this was a humongous chapter, and although things did not go the way that I originally theorized last chapter, I will take a reveal like this. We get the Kamunabi trader, potentially traders, and the full reveal that Yura has been connected to the Shinichi this entire time, and the original reason that he let it be auctioned off in the Rakuzachi in the first place. Well, here it is. We have actually finally seen Hokuzono get attacked by the weekly release curse. And while it is very sad, it's definitely something that I want to highlight, that it doesn't seem like Hokuzono wanted to compromise this chapter in really any way, shape, or form. Plenty of other series may have just created a shortened chapter, or may have been like, I'm not going to be able to finish this, because obviously a lot of his time went into creating the amazing color page that we also got for this chapter. But instead of, cranking out a 15-page chapter that might have been a little lackluster, we got the full intentional 22 pages or so of what Hokuzono planned to have released, and some of the pages just, aren't really finished. But you can still tell clearly what is going on, and the story of Kagurabachi is moving along like a fast-paced truck. Very much so, because in this chapter alone, not only do we find out why the leader of the Kamunabi betrayed basically everyone and the country in hopes that the new user of the Shinichi would be a benevolent ruler that would be able to basically connect and absorb all of the major sorcery clans scattered throughout the country under one roof, under one power, which will make their country one of the strongest countries of all time, which is just nationalism and militarism, doing the best for your country and doing everything you can. Everyone needs to be working under the same conglomerate, under the same goal, instead of having individual sorcery clans that are all doing their own thing. Whether you can argue, there's benefits and downsides to each, because as the leader of the Kamunabi even says, when we first came together as the Kamunabi, we were a strong group of sorcerers. But now that we are all separated and scattered into different clans and different traditions and organizations, while sure you can say, the Kamunabi is still the one major, ruler, at the end of the day, all of those clans are going to follow their own wants, their own needs, and what they believe before they trust in the Kamunabi. That leads to things like the Rakuzachi, because even though the Rakuzachi was clearly illegal and clearly an underground area where the worst of things, even humans, were trafficked and put together, what actually proved the Kamunabi's weakness is that they were unable to stop it. You can also argue that the Kamunabi kind of just let the Rakuzachi slide just because they didn't want to deal with the issue, and also sometimes you can see they were able to use it towards their benefit when they tried to get the Shinichi through auction. There's definitely different ways to look at that. Ichiki, one of the other higher ups, one of the main three people that was in charge of stealing the Shinichi, doesn't agree whatsoever and says they already had this conversation a long time ago when the Seitei War first began, this idea of bringing the entire country together under one strong, powerful sword bearer, and rightfully believes that, hey, look, the problem isn't the Sword Saint, the problem is the sword. Because the leader foolishly believes that if they just kill the Sword Saint and entrust everything to Yora, who again does seem to be that's his complete and full want and desire here, because even towards the end of the chapter he says he's going to come for the Sword Saint and kill him completely. So they are not whatsoever working together actually. Even if Yora and the Sword Saint's brains are kind of connected in some way, shape, or form through the Shinichi's power, it seems very clear that Yora is an enemy of the Sword Saint. So that throws a whole wrench in everything that's been going on, because now we have a full outright reasoning for the Hoshaku existing, why they were able to infiltrate the Kamunabi headquarters as well as they did, because literally the main leader of the Kamunabi was sympathetic to their cause. He really believes that if they can stop everyone from getting in the way of Yora getting the Shinichi and wielding its full power, they can just use the malediction not to hurt the country, but to spread the malediction out and use it as almost as if it's like a threat of power. It's very clear that if Yora is actually able to acquire the Shinichi, things could go very badly very quickly. Because if this is what the Hoshaku is willing to do to get the sword, there's no telling what they'll do when they're in power, let alone what could happen if, as Ichiki, and honestly, I believe, if the Shinichi is able to possess Yora. Because we have to remember, with the true realm of enchanted blades, with Rokuhira creating these weapons that expanded and evolved way past what he could ever possibly believe was possible, there has always been this subtle remark that through the true realm, through synchronization with one's enchanted blade, the enchanted blade begins to reveal the desires of the wielder. They become one together. So whether you want to argue that the problem was the Sword Saint or the Shinichi, or the Sword Saint's desires are what influenced the Shinichi to create the malediction, or the Shinichi was always a toxic, evil, dark weapon that was going to give birth to the malediction, whether the Sword Saint was the wielder or not, I think everything is kind of foobar, in my honest opinion. I think we should just destroy it all. There's no point. The enchanted blades are completely a problem and they all need to be eradicated. The world does not need crazy weapons like this, because even if you want to say the leader of the Kamunabi was right to bring all of Japan under one roof under the Kamunabi's power, that can lead to no good, even if Yora is in full control of the power, because then you're just threatening other nations with that power. Absolute power always corrupts. So I think they are definitely wrong in what they're doing here, but who knows what's going to happen, because clearly the Sword Saint has their own wants and what they plan to do in the future. They do seem somewhat aware of what's going on right now, and this may be their chance to break out. However, with the reveal of Yora's true intentions, it seems like he's on his own grind, and I don't know what that would be. Again, clearly him and Yora having a connection through the Shinichi may be leading him to kind of know what's going on. At this point, this has thrown a whole entire loop in what we thought the plot was developing as. This honestly can go so many different ways and bring the end of this Kamunabi raid in a way that I don't think anybody is going to be able to predict, because again, we still have Samura, Chihiro, and the Masumi that are waiting to appear. Now we have Azami, who has left everybody, Hakori and all of that, and Azami is now on his way to go fight Yora, because apparently Natsuki and Aruha are not going to be any match for the Shinichi's power that Yora has. It does seem that Yora is taking on some kind of burden by using this ability. I mean, for one, he doesn't even have the sword on his person. He's using the sword's abilities without it being present, which, I mean, if anything, I think just proves that the sword, the user, all of that is like all a hive mind. Maybe a hive mind isn't the correct word to use, but they all are one. They are not separate beings at this point. I truly believe that the Sword Saint, the Shinichi, all of that is one total power, and I think Yora being able to use abilities like Centipede without even holding the blade is just more proof of that. But definitely let me know what you guys think in the comments below, because I've got to tell you, this raid arc just keeps getting better and better, and it is sad that some of this chapter has been lost in translation of, you know, Hokuzono just not being able to truly finish it. But I think, you know, when the volume comes out, obviously most of these pages will be fixed, and I'm glad to see that the Kamunabi trader did get knocked the heck out. At least he was shut up very quickly. What is going to happen now? I honestly really couldn't even begin to tell you. Hokuto is still in play, and he has described the situation as it's time to get to work, because not for nothing, it's clear that this power that Yora is using is slowly beginning to cause him pain and injuries. So if Hokuto is gearing up into action, that probably means that they are going to have to fight at 150% because they're on a time limit now, or of some way, shape, or form. And if Yora fully plans to kill the Sword Saint, he probably wants to kill the Sword Saint while using this buff of power that he's getting. But of course, we know with the way the chapter ends, Azami is now standing in the Sword Saint's way. And even though the leader of the Kamunabi says that it's futile because Azami is going to be fighting against the power of the Shinichi, Ichiki has faith in his student that Azami will be able to stop Yora and the Hishaku. And Azami even fully feels confident in himself because he tells Rokuhira from the grave that he'll finally be able to rest in peace as he puts a stop to this. And maybe this is why we didn't get the reveal of the full extent of Azami's sorcery when he was fighting Hokuto's puppet, because he was saving all of that epic grace and amazingness for this moment right here. Listen, somebody has to give my man Hokuzono a break, because with the last two amazing color pages that we got and the fact that he is not taking a break next week, however Sakamoto Days is, I mean, come on. I think this man has earned it. Even though that the last two chapters haven't exactly been in their finished state and the artwork has definitely been compromised to a certain degree, the same cannot be said for the story, because right now I am still definitely locked in as to this whole battle against Yora, who is wielding the Shinichi's powers even without having the enchanted blade in his hands, which is still blowing my mind. However, in this chapter, we also get an in-depth look into how Azami's sorcery works, and apparently it's an inherited ability that has been passed down through generations of his clan, and he was the only one that decided to take it, and instead of using it for healing methods, he can use it for attack, offense, and even stunning people and making their own muscles lock up, which is just insane. I love the way that Azami's sorcery works, where even though he is a very strong, physical, brute-like character, we have seen him put some serious work into his fists, and we even see it in this chapter as well. But now that we know that these two coins that he carries, a 1 yen coin and a 10 yen coin, because the metal fibers and the weight of which are completely different, it actually creates a small flicker of some kind of electrical current between them just by existing and being near one another. And the Azami clan basically harnesses that electrical current and uses it to transmit that current throughout the body for, again, healing properties. But Azami is able to do it to increase his own physical strength, which is why he's so strong. But on top of that, again, he can basically overstimulate the muscles in someone else by sending an electrical current through them. The fact that Azami was able to become one of the strongest members of the Kamunabi at such a young age with an ability that wasn't even meant for fighting is just proof that this man, when it comes to sorcery, is something else. And that's actually something that I've really enjoyed about Kagurabachi, to go on a little side tangent. Not just Azami, but you have characters like Samura and even characters like Shiba, who are very clearly relatively relegated to support roles and support abilities. Remember, we found out the bombshell of information that Tobimune was originally meant to be the support blade of all of the enchanted blades. And considering just how strong Samura Seiichi was able to become with a support type blade, I think you really see how this world gifts power to those who are able to think their abilities through and use them in ways that most people wouldn't even expect them to use. Azami did get kicked from his clan, sure, but in place of that, he became one of the strongest ranks of the Kamunabi by the age of 18. And in 3 years, he's now one of the higher ups of it. I genuinely believe that what Hokuzono has done in creating and developing some of these characters is part of the reason why Kagurabachi has done so well. Not even on a sense of relatability, but just a cool factor and an enjoyable factor of seeing characters like this throw hands. Like these last couple of chapters of this 4-way duel with Natsuki, even a Ruha being involved. And honestly, I think a lot of us are forgetting about Hokuto, because the way that this chapter ends is a significant blow is dealt to Yora. Despite Hokuto saying that it's time to get to work, we haven't seen him do anything the moment that the Shinichi's power was released. So I'm sure Hokuto is cooking up some kind of bull crap in the background, because to be honest with you, I sincerely expect that by the it's time to get to work, he realizes that as much as he wants to fight Aruha and go through this battle of the death, he also has a job to do. Because if he is one of the highest up members of the Hashaku, he clearly is just by his age, his relationship with Yora, because he understands that Yora is the leader, but clearly is on a level of comfortability with him that some of the other Hashaku members are not. He's so casual. Either he grew up with Yora or has known Yora for so long that Hokuto is so trusted, he can just do whatever he wants. So something tells me there's a reason that Yora has someone that is so buck wild like Hokuto in the Hashaku, and that's because he is no doubt reliable in some way, shape, or form. And something that has been building up in the background that everyone has been waiting for what seems to be almost like 5 to 10 chapters now is the arrival of Samura and Chihiro. With Chihiro finally showing Samura that there is a chance to stop the Shinichi with the true realm of the Enten, was able to ally Samura with their cause. Aruha is shocked and insanely happy about this, which is so funny to think that, you know, you gotta have a really tight-knit friendship for your friend to quote unquote kill but not kill you, and you're just able to, you know, get over it and immediately, you know, patch things up right afterwards. What is interesting is the traitor of the Kamunabi, the leader, surprisingly enough, set up a communications barrier that has cut off Kamunabi headquarters from everywhere else in the world. Even though they want to get into contact with Shiba and Hiyuki, because Mr. Ichiki is right. Sure, they can't let the 2 other sword bearers die, but at the same time, if they kill the Sword Saint, all of the enchanted blade wielders die anyway, so what's the point? So now we have to wait for Chihiro and Samura to break through the barrier that was set up to keep them out of the headquarters, which Ichiki mentions it's not going to take long for Samura to break through the barrier on his own. And knowing how fast Shiba and Hiyuki are able to get places, even if Shiba just decides to teleport and pick Hiyuki up on the way, if they have to break through the barrier as well, something tells me it's only going to take a couple moments for Shiba to do the same. However, the traitor mentions this, which honestly I can't even deny because it's a very true statement. Everything hinges on a few minutes. Literally everything. Even if they're able to stall for a short amount of time, that's all they might need for the Shinichi to overwhelm. Because remember, the Rakuzachi, Chihiro and Hiyuki supposedly the strongest member of the Kamunabi with the strongest weapon, the Flame Bone, which is supposedly meant to rival the Enchanted Blades, could barely do anything against Kyora Sazanami using the Shinichi. Sure, Kyora Sazanami actually had the blade in hand. It's unclear, even though Yora has access to the power of the Shinichi, if his is a nerfed version of Kyora, because he does bring up Kyora multiple times and say, I can't believe Kyora was able to bear this. But again, maybe the sword makes that weight easier to bear. We still don't know how exactly this connection is working, besides the fact that the Shinichi is just that unbelievable and has that much unrealistic power that no one is understanding why it's capable of doing all of these things. In an instant, just one more centipede and Aruha and Natsuki are literally down for the count, incapacitated. The only one that's still standing is Azami, because he was able to figure out that the centipede ability is like one big oscillating wave attack, right? However, you're able to duck underneath it. And even though you might not be able to dodge it if you can't dodge it in time and you get hit by it, it's a severely damaging attack, you would think that it attacks all around, but actually right behind the user is the weakest force of the centipede. So technically speaking, it's more like a 378 degree, not like a 380, right? Azami is able to withstand centipede and starts throwing hands with Yora from behind. Of course, Yora is still able to use multiple other abilities of the Magatsumi, which is Dragonfly. This just completely distorts and crumples up Azami's fingers and hands at the contact of it, which is just a huge amount of damage to be done. Even Azami is actually surprised by this. Thankfully though, as I mentioned before with Azami sorcery and how it works, it was able to spin a level of electrical current that overstimulates the muscle fibers of Yora, which keeps him locked in place. He starts choking up blood, getting hit by multiple different currents and pain. And then in that moment, his hand isn't even like together anymore. It's literally completely ripped apart and shattered. Yora, realizing that Azami is a true sorcerer and going, oh crap, well, this was his ultimate attack. Azami goes, yeah, no, don't worry about it. Actually, I can punch really hard too. And even with a broken arm, this man throws a critical punch right into Yora and clearly severely damages him. Obviously, it's not enough to take Yora out of the fight. One, because Yora is probably very strong on his own, but two, also because the Shinichi's just empowering him in general. The real danger to the Hishaku, and most specifically Yora right now, as he even mentions earlier, I think either last chapter or the chapter where he awakened this, is this power causes a massive strain on his body. He's not able to withstand it for long. Yora's goal here is to awaken this power now, get done with this fight as quick as possible, and then kill the Sword Saint with this power, and then take the Shinichi for himself. However, as Azami mentions in the final page, are you sure that, hanging out here with us for so long is such a good idea? Because not only are you on a time limit with your mission, remember, everything the Hishaku has been doing in this raid has been down to the wire, down to the second. They have planned everything in this mission to kill the Sword Saint with like utmost precision. That took all of the traders in the Kamunabi, all of the Hishaku members being on the same page and working together to achieve the same goal in a reasonable amount of time overlapping. Yora, not only are you exerting your power and your body, you can't withstand this power for so long and you still have so much more to do in this raid. Also, at the same time, you are severely holding back the plan by getting stuck here fighting with us. Or at least, hopefully that's the case, because again, with the amount of 4D chess that Yora has played, something tells me it's also possible, again, with Hokuto being absent, there might be multiple things, that could come into play on the Hishaku side. Because for right now, we are kind of at a stalemate, kind of at a neutral ground here. Azami has lost both of his arms and is definitely not going to be able to fight much longer either. Aruha and Natsuki are also severely injured. Yora is at a moment where he's definitely the most powerful in the room, but is definitely on a time limit of how long he can use that power for, and he still has multiple other things he needs to use it for. While Samura, Chihiro, and potentially Hiyuki and Shiba, after their contact is able to get through, are on their way potentially, so that's also something they have to worry about. So while this chapter of Kagurabachi is definitely a little bit of a lull from the action, I dare say Hokuzono has earned it, and it was absolutely necessary for him to just get back on track with things. And not for nothing, we do get a lot of really decent world building and established lore in this chapter that I very much think makes up for it mostly being kind of like a transitionary phase, expository dialogue, giving us a lot of information as to why Chihiro and Samura are unable to infiltrate the Kamunabi headquarters when Samura quite literally has the ability to just teleport, and basically explains all of this. But we do get a nice little demonstration and explanation for how the force field works in general. And I have to say, this is probably, in my opinion, for how dark the Kagurabachi world has been, there has mostly been a focus on its dark because of the crime, the mafias, the people that try to take advantage and exploit the weak. And then you have the Kamunabi who, despite having a couple of traitors and being a little bit strong-armed in their sense of justice and beliefs, mostly there wasn't really anything that was severely insane about the sorcery world that we've gone into yet, besides like the Shinichi, that was like as crazy as it got. Here, becoming a vessel, quote unquote, for the Kamunabi's force field is one of the most brutal things that I think we have ever gotten, to be honest with you. The fact that not only are you selected from a small pool of candidates, so like right when you enter, they're like, hey, you look like a good force field guy, and like you're like, oh crap, I don't want to be the force field guy. It seems like a lot of these people do opt in for this, you know what I mean? Because you are just guaranteed a life of luxury afterwards, after your 10 years of service. At least they give that much to you, because even they're able to acknowledge just how awful this process is. Like, you literally have to spend multiple like months, I think it's 4 months, just writhing in pain and agony after having multiple of your organs stolen. You lose your reproductive organs. So like, even in that life of luxury, you really can't even do much afterwards except just chill and hang out, right? Again, they are sacrificing so much just to maintain this force field. And essentially, the main explanation is spirit energy requires a person's will to manipulate it. It requires an actual human being to conjure and then turn it into something, transform it into sorcery. If there is just natural occurring spirit energy that just goes out and moves, it basically just fizzles away because it can't exist in the atmosphere without essentially like a master to control it. So even though all of the inscriptions and magic placed all around the underground headquarters basically get free energy from like the Earth's heat because it's so deep underground, if no one is capable of manipulating that spirit energy, then it just kind of goes nowhere. And again, because it's not directly caused by a person, that spirit energy usually doesn't have a connection to someone. So these people are required to basically just fuse and merge their bodies with that tremendous amount of energy to basically make it take shape. And even then, they still need 6 people to go around and help them with it. So I did really appreciate, you know, the lore dump when it came to all of that stuff.
This video is sponsored by GamerSupps, the ultimate energy and focus formula. Use my code NOOP now for 10% off, and thank you GamerSupps for sponsoring the channel.
While I said this isn't like a big hype moment chapter, there are still definitely story beats that occur, because with the force field being interfered thanks to Kaizen's manipulation, his betrayal, and whatever he was able to do, for some reason, somehow, not just the barrier is getting messed up, but the communication system is messed up. And it is surmised that there must be another vessel like the main one the Kamunabi has. Someone in the Hashaku has also undergone the process of this force field ritual, which for one, you have to give it to these people that whatever Hashaku member it is, they are able to go about, move on, live their lives, and have had all of that stuff done to them, which we do get a cut of the small boy that was with Yora that was too afraid to go pee, which, you know what, I mean, if he doesn't have any reproductive organs, that might actually make sense. But on top of that, you also have the fact that Yora specifically called this guy the strongest member of the Hashaku. And as of right now, we haven't seen that. He's kind of getting kicked around by a couple people. He got beat up by a Ruha earlier in the story. So either he is the vessel and that was like a direct, you know, like reference to that, or it could be any of the other Hashaku members. We also do have the one guy that was with Hirohiko, and he has his entire body, even his face kind of covered up. So if he was to have surgery done, that also makes sense. And not for nothing, you also have the potential of Hokuto, who could have potentially undergone this process and this ritual, but instead uses his smoke puppets or whatever kind of corpse puppets he uses to swap between bodies. Like maybe Hokuto has like a beaten, broken down, destroyed actual vessel of a body, and this handsome Chad of a man that we see before us is just the puppet that he decides to impose over himself. If Hokuto does have that kind of level of sorcery, it wouldn't surprise me. There are so many potential candidates for this. I mean, it could also just be the dude who's able to just grow it and expand his head into a giant dog and eat shit. There's so many options here, and I think this is a cleverly laid wrench to throw in front of everything and make us keep guessing, because now not only only do we have Azami versus Yora, which is probably one of the most powerful people going at it, and Yora, who is using the Shinichi's ability to actually keep up with Azami. Azami has no hands. His hands and his wrists and his arms are just completely shredded, as he says. He's barely able to continue moving. However, Azami still has the guts and the balls to not only continually talk shit to Yora, this guy who is quite literally using the Shinichi's powers in front of him. Azami acknowledges that this is probably going to get a lot worse, but he knows this is his life's mission. This is what he set out to do, to fight and protect not just the Kamunabi in the country, but to avenge one of his best friends in life, Kunishige Rokuhira, right now, knowing that all he needs to do is hold out until Samura and Chihiro show up, because Azami isn't stupid either. Azami fully understands that he's not going to be the one to defeat Yora today, right? There's no way in hell that Azami, even though he's a strong sorcerer who I would even argue could throw hands with an enchanted blade wielder, he's not stupid enough to know that he's gonna stand a chance against Yora while he's currently fully manipulating the Shinichi's power. And according to Yora, the power is just growing. Earlier, Azami said, hey, you know, is it good for you to just hang out and chill with us like this? Because again, it seems like the Kamunabi traders, the Hashaku people, it seems like they are down to a second, right? They are quite literally planning everything down to a minutia. As we get to this big final clearing moment as tension is building on all fronts, Yora throws the same kind of quote back and saying, hey, you're gonna wear yourself out fighting like that. And Azami says, oh, well, you know what? You have to worry, because not for nothing, you've got the Shinichi powers and you can't even beat me. So what does that say about you? But again, if Yora is to be believed and the Shinichi is slowly becoming more and more synchronized with him and his power is growing even larger, there is a really, really good chance that Azami might not be able to last, even with Aruha and Natsuki as backup, because this one page that we get of Yora as the malediction begins to slowly, you know, come over him and the centipede's crawling out of his mouth and the flowers are coming out and he declares that he will be the one to bring order to this nation. He doesn't need to kill Azami here. He doesn't need to kill Aruha. He doesn't even need to kill Natsuki. He doesn't need to do, all he needs to do is get to the Sword Saint and kill the Sword Saint. And I'm starting to honestly believe that that might be what the Sword Saint wants. Let's think about this really quickly as a final summary and ending of this chapter, because the Sword Saint and the Shinichi, the true realm, their true realm is different than all other enchanted blades. Not only do they have more than 3 abilities, it's come to a point where the Shinichi and the Sword Saint have technically, as everyone has surmised, become one in and of itself. The Sword Saint was originally Kunishige Rokuhira's best friend, and I find it hard to believe that Kunishige Rokuhira's best friend would have been someone that was so prone to committing a genocide so easily. Now again, we all have friends that surprise us with the things that they believe every now and then, but either way, I do believe that that is a stark jump, and even the people around him say that the Sword Saint had become corrupted by power. The Sword Saint seems to be aware of what's going on, at least to a degree where he says the time is nigh. What if Yora is just playing right into the Shinichi's hands? The villain isn't the Sword Saint. We've all been so worried about the Sword Saint himself, the Sword Saint getting out. He has to be imprisoned. He can't fight. His body is completely malnourished for 18 years, so even if he does break out, he can barely move. That doesn't matter. What if the Sword Saint and the Shinichi are quite literally one in and of itself, and their just main goal is just to bring about the malediction? And the Sword Saint's body, him as a vessel, you know, the name of this chapter, ironically enough, has worn out. It has taken its toll, and to the point where that body doesn't matter anymore. And now the Shinichi has found a new vessel that, sure, thinks with its power it will be able to wield it and bring order to the nation. But in all actuality, Yora is being played like a fool by the Shinichi in and of itself to just bring about the malediction across the entire world. This small child in the Hashaku says that Yora will be king. Even Kaizen, the leader of the Kamunabi, was willing to believe Yora was this prophet character, this person that was going to be able to wield the Shinichi for good, to bring order to the nation, not fall under the spell of its malediction, evil powers. And I think these people are so misguided and they believe too much in and of themselves. I think we as human beings are more powerful than we believe. You know, sometimes I believe we get so scared of the divine and get so scared of entities that are beyond our measure. But in certain cases, you need to respect that at the same time, right? Respect that our abilities, our beings, our kinds are different. And the Shinichi is a different being. It is a different entity in and of itself. And the fact that these humans think that they'll be able to take that power and do what the previous wielder couldn't, in my opinion, is just kind of ignorance in and of itself. But I guess that might just be me. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. I think there's a lot to be said about this chapter, and I'm more than excited to see what the heck is coming up next, because we are coming up to chapter 100, and that might just be the moment that we get something and see something that I think we've been waiting to see for a long time. All right, so I've just gotta say, this arc that we are getting, the Kamunabi headquarters raid, has not only begun to break this quote-unquote elite warrior curse. It has actually just started taking it and smashing it on the sidewalk like it owes us money. The return of a character from this anti-cloud gouger squad, I never would have guessed. This main commander of the squad that essentially, as far as he sees it, is the main reason why everyone in his squad got killed, because he put the iron sand on all of his people, and he's the reason they all followed the plan that essentially got them destroyed. I mean, if you want to be completely honest, this guy never could have predicted that Sojo would have developed the true realm of the Cloud Gouger so early. That's really not on him. Because to be honest with you, if you do remember that fight, they were pretty much winning for the most part. They had a perfect plan. They were flying around. They were doing some pretty decent damage. And then Sojo just happened to lock in. So I really wouldn't blame him too much, but survivor's guilt is a hell of a thing. And what's even sadder and honestly quite dark is, due to his iron sand sorcery, he was actually able to conjure a familiar almost of his last remaining squad member that he actually grew up with. The weird looking crazy mask guy who honestly was probably everyone's favorite design of the anti-Cloud Gouger squad. So if anybody had to come back, I'm glad Hokuzono was able to make it this guy. He clearly read the room and figured out who would be the coolest to see in this moment, because him conjured with the mask and the iron sand, especially knowing that Hokuzono has just been working relentlessly and tirelessly with no breaks whatsoever, and I don't think he's getting one again next week. It's funny to me that last chapter with the whole vessel idea of what happens to these candidates and what they have to sacrifice and go through to achieve this force field sorcery, and then we're followed with this chapter, which is again just one of the most saddest states of being that you could have a character like this in. I don't know if this is Hokuzono's mindset beginning to bleed into his work, if he always had these plans, but long story short, I'm not mad at all that we're getting some of these darker undertones of the Kagurabachi world, because it really makes for an interesting character development arc for this character specifically. The elite warrior curse is a genuine thing that has transcended through the community, because most of the time, if you're not a member of the main cast, you are just gonna get silenced instantly in the first chapter that you're brought up. I mean, these are essentially the very first example of that happening. So seeing Hokuzono take the time to bring this character back into focus, show how that tragedy affected him, but not only how it affected him, how it ended up just making him a stronger sorcerer overall. Because the truth is, and we get this small little scene of the doctor telling us this when he diagnosed his, trauma, because apparently when he was drowning, Kugara, his best friend from childhood that ended up becoming, anti-Cloud Gouger squad member with him, was the one that saved his life. Of course, we know that's just delusion because this guy was dead. All of them were completely destroyed. However, in this moment, what ended up happening is this worthless commander now looks at his sorcery as if it's a second being entirely. The iron sand is not his power anymore as far as his brain is concerned. It's his friend's spirit moving around. So you'll see in this moment, we actually pick right back up where we had the one dude pulling his weird old school Japanese haircut back with the comb, and instead of this fight breaking out, Ikuto actually stumbles down the hallway into this fight in just like a manic state, feeling realizing that this is the moment where he can make up for getting his whole squad murdered. And he jumps into the fight. And honestly, in this moment right here, when he gets frozen by the one Hoshaku member and then devoured by the other, I was like so certain that I was like, damn, he really just died there. That's insane. What an insane buildup just to die. But then he survives it with the iron sand, pierces the giant demon head dude with multiple tendrils of it, even though he's completely weighed down by the sorcery of the one guy. This is where seeing his sorcery as a second being, subconscious control as the doctor puts it, benefits him entirely. Even though his body is weighed down and the person's sorcery, as we've seen go up against Kiri, Uruha, and the other people around it, he can't even move because he's so heavy. Because Kugara is the iron sand, his sorcery is not affected by this whatsoever. So instead of finishing this fight and taking on the ice lady and the demon mask dude, what Ikuto does next has to be one of the craziest things in the entire world. I am sure that with the cliffhanger that we get and the young dude being the supposed strongest member of the Hoshaku, especially now that we have the confirmation that he actually was the force field vessel that was primed for this specific raid. One, it makes sense because not for nothing, they showed him directly after the discussion last chapter. And there were so many people in the community that were like, guys, that was obvious why they showed him and why he said Yora was going to be king and why they made like his hair shadow look like the vessel marks. And everyone was like, oh, it's the hair shadow, it's whatever, when in actuality, Ikuto was, due to this magnetic resonance, which was able to just like put like a magnetic field and feel the crazy vibrations and all of the different visual images of what is happening throughout the entire raid. He's able to visually pat down, as Mac from Always Sunny would say, every single person in the entire vicinity and pinpoint who has not just a scroll inside of them, but probably the exact kind of body contortions and everything that would be a force field user. And again, because he's able to just send that magnetic resonance throughout the entire facility, and because Kugara is a secondary entity to Ikuto, completely different, he can just follow that resonance, go completely out of the bounds of wherever he is, and just erupt from underneath the ground of the kid and impale him and stab him right through the back, seemingly killing him. Although, like I said, it's probably not gonna be that simple. I'm sure this kid is still going to serve some purpose and is going to survive this and pull some crazy feat. If Yora has put all these chips on this one kid alone, there's got to be some reason why that is. Again, this is 4D Chess Guy. This is handing out pamphlets years in advance to fan the flames of degeneracy against Samura and make people not like Samura due to propaganda and politics. Like, this is a guy who has been planning this entire raid down to the millisecond. I don't think for a second that things are going to be this easy. However, that doesn't change the fact that this was an awesome chapter. This was such a fun chapter. I absolutely enjoyed it. And again, seeing Hokuzono kind of explore some of these deeper character developments instead of just letting the main cast thrive, it really has bumped up this arc for me, because while I enjoy Samura, Chihiro, Hirohiko, and all of the characters that we spent so much time on, it is nice to see how the side cast is coming along, because Kagurabachi just feels like so much more of an inviting world. I'm able to immerse myself so much more into it. Seeing some of these side characters' stories come to fruition here, like this whole chapter being about Ikuto, his survivor's guilt, and how that survivor's guilt, while traumatizing him deeply, has ended up creating a much more powerful sorcerer that might be able to redeem himself. I mean, I've got to tell you, for me, this guy just redeemed himself with this. I was definitely one of the people that was talking crap about the anti-Cloud Gouger squad and was making fun of the elite warrior curse, all that stuff. And seeing this chapter has not only shut me up, this is just more proof to me that not only does Hokuzono know what he is doing, we're coming up on chapter 100, which I'm sure is going to be absolutely insane. And I am just excited to see what Hokuzono continues to do with this story, because the Kamunabi raid headquarters arc has been intense. The Kyoto arc was also so legendary, so many such great moments. And guys, I am so just happy to not only get to 100 chapters of this shonen masterpiece, but also see what the next 100 chapters afterwards has on top of that. After a much needed break from Hokuzono, it's safe to say say that this chapter sets up what could be one of the most chaotic and epic moments of the entire story for the series' 100th chapter. Because following up from Ikuto Hagiwara's reintroduction as a character, it was pretty obvious to me that the strongest member of the Hoshaku, who we now know is named Yukisada, would not be taken out so easily. The fact that Yora would stake so much on this kid, not just saying that he is the strongest member of the Hoshaku, but giving him one of the most important roles of the entire Kamunabi raid, which is to be the quote-unquote vessel that disrupts the communication shield and doesn't allow Chihiro and Samura and other outside forces to interfere with what's going on down in headquarters. Even if this kid died right here, his role would have been fulfilled perfectly, to the point where clearly Yora was almost just finishing up with his battle going on with Aruha, Azami, and Natsuki. Even if Chihiro and Samura appeared, just based off of the cliffhanger of this chapter, it's completely possible that they would have arrived too late anyway. The fact that this character Yukisada not only fulfilled his role perfectly as a disruption of communications, but on top of that, we get a whole nother meaning to his title as the strongest Hoshaku, because his sorcery is something that is not only seemingly unbeatable right now, because even Ikuto admits that the only way to get rid of this man would be to full-on burn him and incinerate him or boil him until there's nothing left. This man Yukisada has regeneration sorcery. Not only does that make complete sense, because if you think about it, him undergoing the process of becoming the vessel, the harsh conditions that are required to have multiple of your organs taken out, your reproductive organs removed, and you have to bear the brunt of pain and suffering for 4 months or longer just to make your body applicable to all of the spiritual energy that's flowing. This man, after going through all of that, will just be able to heal himself to a degree that this man is even able to survive decapitation. And I say man instead of child because he says himself that he's a 17-year-old, he's a grown-up, and even though I agree with both Ikuto and his Iron Sand here, that 17 is still a kid, if this man feels that he's old enough to raid the government headquarters, then he should be tried as an adult. But the fact is, even Ikuto says Yukisada is no ordinary kid. A character that is not only able to easily regenerate entire limbs to the point that he can lose it despite the massive pain and terror that goes into just losing a limb entirely, he is able to not only shake off the physical pain of the decapitation, but also the emotional weight of losing your head and literally seeing from your kneecaps, which is just absolutely insane to me. When we were told that this character was the strongest and he was a little bit nervous, that little bit of anxiety goes tenfold knowing that Yukisada's power requires him to take damage for him to heal. And he uses it in so many different ways besides just being a support type character that can't die. He's able to easily use it in combat when if he loses a limb, he can instantly regrow it and use it to attack. And worst of all, the plot demons get to us because Ikuto, which I can't really say it's even plot convenience, it does make sense. Ikuto, we saw, was refusing food, has really just been in a traumatic state for the last couple of weeks, if not days. Now that the Kamunabi raid inspired him to regain his confidence and rejoin the battle, the truth of the matter is his body hasn't had any real nutrients or any kind of, sustenance in ages. Comparable to the Sword Saint, when that character in the Kamunabi that was watching the Sword Saint said it would be unlikely for him to even move just based off of the fact that his body's been deprived of nutrients for 18 years, while Ikuto hasn't been deprived for 18 years. If you don't eat for a couple of days, let alone who knows how long he's just been surviving off the bare minimum, he, after exerting himself so much, collapses to the ground. But thankfully, we have characters like Kiri and Hikori that are able to jump in and pick up the slack almost instantly. And I have to say, when Kiri was first introduced, I thought she was really cool, just off of the fact that her design is really flawless. She has the giant odachi, the fact that she uses it and swings it around herself like a shredder is just super awesome to me. And now that she's getting super cool moments with Hikori, this double tag team of using Hikori's storage space to have her teleport behind Yukisada and potentially do serious damage. I mean, if this guy wasn't just able to survive no matter what you throw at him, they definitely played their cards perfectly well, with Hikori Kiri even using the Odachi, teleporting it, and then using Iso to push it forward with like a force push, like a Jedi. And then Kiri picks up and they perform a combo attack. One of the coolest things ever, and it is just sad that all of it amounted to absolutely nothing, considering not only does Yukisada, as we already talked about, just hold his head and is able to survive plain decapitation, which means, again, they'd have to go through such crazy means to actually full-fledged kill this 17-year-old. Yura shows up. Yura showing up is not only scary in and of itself because he has all of the powers, or at least some of the powers, which is still terrifying, of the Shinichi right now, with the malediction as we see flowing through the hallways and beginning to take over the Kamunabi headquarters as Yura begins to make his way down to the Sword Saint. And the truth is, he is holding what seems to be Azami's arm. It is completely possible, as everyone kind of theorizes, with the fact that it was up to Azami and Oruha and Natsuki to hold this guy back for as long as possible until Chihiro and Samura showed up. Chihiro and Samura aren't here, and Yura is. So the ramifications of this are definitely scary, and all I've seen from the community is we aren't going to acknowledge what just happened here. We aren't even going to pretend that this occurred. We're just going to move right along and ignore this. And I will say, the fact that we didn't get an on-screen confirmed corpse does give me some hope that he might just be brutally, you know, mauled and incapacitated, but at least still be alive and be able to be healed. I mean, if they can somehow get this Yukisada guy or learn something from him, maybe we can heal. I'm coping big time now. You can see that for a character that was always presented to be cool from the beginning, and now we actually begin to see him fight, and we get a couple chapters, we get to see what he's made of, and now we see Yura flexing his arm as he's walking down and using the Shinichi's powers to stop the fight against Yukisada instantly and put Kiri, Hikori, and Ikuto in some kind of like black darkness prison where Hikori does show up for a certain panel. We do know that he has the ability to transport things to the storage space. It's completely possible they are able to escape this moment. They might not be able to directly fight Yura while he wields the Shinichi powers. I highly doubt this small team where Ikuto is incapacitated completely, and even though Kiri is a badass, I don't think she's Yura level. With Hikori having the storage space, I think they might be able to escape, and I think that might be why they show his face here in this panel right before Yura makes his way down to the Sword Saint. With all of the struggle, all of the efforts that the Kamunabi put in, and not for nothing, all of the confidence that was placed behind the higher ups like Ikuto and everything was just trampled on entirely by something that none of them could have ever intended to happen, right? I mean, handling the Hashaku was one thing. However, handling the Shinichi's power was something no one could have intended. Now, if Chihiro and Samura do show up, it's completely possible they may be able to level the odds, especially since we know that Yura is slowly draining life force by using the Shinichi's power. He can't maintain this forever. The fact that he has not only fought those three characters that definitely gave him at least somewhat of a struggle, there is the fact that he now had to get to where he needed to be to save Yukisada, push those people like Hikori and Kiri out of the way, and make his way all the way down to the Sword Saint, kill multiple people on the way there, and supposedly he still needs to kill the Sword Saint here. So I'm curious how not only the scene between Yura and the Sword Saint is going to go, because I feel like we are going to learn something incredible. If not more so, we are also going to see something insane. And I don't know at this point when Chihiro and Samura are going to show up, especially considering that Yukisada, the main problem that is interfering with their appearance, is literally still alive. Maybe they have to actually break in another way. There is really no bright sides that seem to be arising in my mind from the end of this chapter, other than whatever happens here is kind of unavoidable, and the fact that it's happening on the 100th chapter makes me think that it's not only going to be something that all of us are blown away by, but it's going to be something that completely changes the story, the series, and the characters potentially for the rest of the ongoing run of Kagurabachi. And I will say that I'm excited that I'm here for it. I'm excited that all of you guys are also here on this journey with me. So I think everybody is wondering, did chapter 100 of Kagurabachi deliver? And I have to say, with some of the things that we not only learned in this chapter, but saw and just got a bunch of predictions and foresights to what could happen in the future, I would have to definitely 110% say that is the case. Because with the reveal of not just the Swordmaster's name, Akimura Soga, but with the actual discussion that Yura and the Sword Saint have, we finally finally have a name for the Sword Saint. We can call him Akamura, we can call him Soga. I'll probably call him Soga for the rest of this review, but we'll see what the community goes with moving forward. The real bearer of the Magatsumi is actually able to directly communicate with Yora, despite there being a massive distance between Yora being all the way at the top of the actual imprisonment part of the tower and, you know, the Sword Saint being all the way at the bottom. However, what Yora was fearful of, and the main reason that Yora wanted to kill Soga, is because Yora, especially with information that the Hishaku and Kamunabi have gathered, assume that most likely the Sword Saint suffered a mental break at some point in the war, and that resulted in the mass genocide that occurred on the island of Shokoku. And on top of that, you also have to remember that this man has been in essentially a darkened basement with not just no mental stimulation, but also no nutrients, nothing to really keep him alive, just enough to just bare minimum keep him breathing and able to be mentally there. You would think someone that would go through that kind of solitary confinement would have even more of a reason to slowly and surely drift into the abyss of insanity. However, when Yora actually makes contact with the Swordmaster, he is surprisingly very lucid and very coherent. You could argue that it's definitely weird that one of the first things that this guy does is just immediately ignore Yora and ask if it's cold outside. It's not so much that Soga has an interesting personality, more so that he has retained that personality whatsoever. Instead of being completely unsure of what's even going on, he is very coherent and the clarity is real. He has been not only keeping tabs on all of the enchanted blades and what is going outside, but on top of this, he has basically not like telepathically communicating with Yora, but has been essentially viewing through his eyes. Every time those black shards would appear, you could imagine that Soga was able to see through and witness the outside world. So not only is this man's connection with the Shinichi and its power unreal, but when it came down to it, for all of the excuses that were made for him of his crimes and the things that he committed, you could argue that the Kamunabi was trying to almost like not forgive him, but give a reason that can kind of justify what he did, when in actuality, this man fully was aware of what he was doing and does not regret it whatsoever, which actually makes Yora change his plans entirely, because Yora admits he only wanted to kill the Sword Saint because he heard the rumors that the Sword Saint had gone crazy and figured that if Soga had truly descended into madness, a new person would need to wield the Shinichi and bring about the malediction, or at the very least, the threat of the malediction, which is at the heart of what Yora's plan and the Hashaku's plan actually is: to rule the country with an iron fist, essentially. Use the enchanted blades as a weapon and a threat against not just the country's people, but outside areas, and potentially just rule the entire world and conquer it with the mass power that the enchanted blades are able to harness. Whether it's the world or just the country itself, Yora no longer believes that he needs to bear the weight of the Shinichi if Soga is completely coherent and more than willing to bring about the malediction and bring about the new era of the enchanted blades dominance. And what we actually find out here in this short discussion, besides just the fact that Soga was completely aware of all of this, he reveals in a question that is asked that Kunashigi Rokuhira is his brother-in-law. Now, in the official translations, we just get the word brother. However, it's been very clear in the direct Japanese dialogue, it's brother-in-law. So either way, this proves that Soga the Sword Saint was not just Kunashigi Rokuhira's best friend. At the very least, they were related, whether that be by blood or by a consequential marriage, which if it's the consequential marriage, that is insane to think about, because Chihiro's mom has always been this big topic of discussion, this theory of who Chihiro's mom could possibly be. And one of the largest, well-received theories in the community has always been that the Sword Saint's sister or someone related to the Sword Saint is Chihiro's mom. And if it's actually brother-in-law is the correct translation here, then that is the relationship between these two people. It's possible Chihiro's mom is the Sword Saint's sister or related to the Sword Saint in some way, shape, or form, which is not only an insane reveal, but it gives so much weight to why these two characters would be so close together. Not only were they best friends, I mean, this man dead ass married into the family. With all of this being shown, and with Yora feeling that he no longer needs to kill the Sword Saint, he can simply break the Sword Saint out of jail and they can push the order of the malediction and the enchanted blades upon the world. The seal on the Shinichi just completely dissipates, which most likely has everything to do with Kaisen and why he was the traitor. He definitely not only messed and fluctuated with the cursed seal. He's kept Chihiro and Samura completely out of the gate this long. And now you've got the actual malediction, the flowers and the curse itself, not just spreading throughout Kamunabi headquarters, but beginning to appear on people like Oruha and Natsuki. Oruha literally died, or we thought he died, just to come back, and now he potentially has the chance to die again because of this. Something needs to stop this. Something needs to change, because things are going all too badly with Yora not only now wielding the actual Shinichi itself and being able to bring about the start or a small scale malediction in the headquarters. If the Sword Saint agrees to take Yora's pact and agrees to rule the world with the iron enchanted blades, things are going to get very bad, because Chihiro and Samura, while a great powerhouse and a great force, I don't know if they're going to be able to take on, let alone maybe Yora using the Shinichi, but the actual original Sword Saint Soga, who was able to fight all of the enchanted blade wielders at once. I mean, right now, the two prior enchanted blade wielders haven't even been shown yet in the story. We know that Hiyuki and Shiba are supposedly guarding them. It's possible they could jump in and help us and we could get them their enchanted blades. I don't know right now, because everything is just up in the air, especially with the ending of this chapter not only falling on Shiba supposedly waiting for a call, which hopefully Shiba is for once in his goddamn life not late. Shiba can use his teleportation powers to help us in this battle in some way, shape, or form, or teleport in, steal the Shinichi away from Yora, and stop this meeting from happening between Yora and Soga, because right now the only saving grace that we have here is that Azami is quite literally an absolute freaking smoke demon, to the point that Yora himself outright says this out loud, that Azami should literally be dead with the amount of damage and wounds and injuries that he has been dealt. I mean, he's literally missing an arm. Yora literally compares him to like a walking corpse as he continues to use the Shinichi's powers to rip off his other arm. Azami is in the absolute worst shape he has ever been, but still in this moment, he does not relent. He does not give up, because he knows he has one solid mission, and that is to hold off Yora until Chihiro and Samura survive. And whether this is some kind of obscene and just self-sacrificial retribution for failing previously and letting Kunishige Rokuhira die and having Chihiro have to take on the path of vengeance, and he is now fighting for vengeance in his own way, because remember, one of the things that Azami even said multiple chapters ago is that this is his chance to make things right, because as he is just losing the last of his limbs and fighting to his last breath, he says that he might as well become a demon, as he thinks to when he and Shiba had to face Chihiro when he decided to go down the path of demonry in the face of his father's death. And I just gotta say, whatever happens here to Uzami, this guy has earned his rights in epic, amazing role for this story. And I've gotta say, even though we didn't unfortunately get as much time with him as I would have liked, if this is his dying moments here, he went out like a fucking badass, and that's something that no one will ever be able to deny. So I gotta say, for chapter 100, guys, I am utterly just blown away with some of the reveals and some of the things that we got in this chapter. Definitely let me know down in the comments below if you feel the same, or there's anything else that you think you could come up with all of the things that could potentially be moving on with the story from here. And on top of this, how are we going to stop this barrier that's stopping all the communication? And when are Chihiro and Samura and Shiba and Hiyuki, when are these people going to be able to show up? Is it going to be too late? I'm losing my mind every chapter now, and I've got to say, Kagurabachi just gets better every single time it comes out. I mean, what do you want me to say? We have just been getting absolutely amazing chapter after amazing chapter, and this one is just no different. From the actual characterization that we get of the force field vessel, he took this job on a lie, saying that he wants nothing more than to protect his nation and protect the people of it, which is just an all true factor and such a realistic character trait of there are probably thousands, if not millions of people like this force field vessel every day in high up positions of just the government, the military, of everything, where you can definitely make it seem like you're doing this out of patriotic reasons, but at the end of the day, look, this guy says it as much. He did it all for money. He's lived his entire life in poverty. His whole family has. And now in this dire moment where the Hashaku member that is the second vessel of the force field is causing so much interference and disruption that they can't kill him on top of the fact that he's immortal. So the only way they can, at the very least, establish some level of communication with the outside and get reinforcements in is if the main vessel, the original vessel of the force field, dies. So despite knowing that this was never the end to this role that he wanted, even the higher up of the Kamunabi says he's making an admirable decision right now by risking his life to save what might be the entire country. And it's just crazy that like his only reaction to this is, well, this kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I signed up for this and I can't back down now, which is 110% admirable. And the fact that Hokuto arrives in this one moment, the split second of great characterization of this force field guy, to completely kill the higher up and stop him from removing the first vessel of the force field. The amount of tension, and we just don't know what's happening. Everything is so unpredictable. On top of that, you have Yora basically about to kill Azami, and everyone has been worried if that is going to be the case. And even if he did go out here, he would have gone out like an absolute boss, fighting till his last breath. Quite literally, the man is without limbs, without any arms, and yet he still is just throwing kicks and doing everything he can. And with everyone doing everything in their power to somehow participate in this raid and help what seems like completely impossible odds to overcome, the honest to God most valuable player, the MVP and GOAT of this entire arc for me, the underdog, has gotta be Hakuri. Right? Because when Ikuto hopelessly tells Hakuri he's basically the only one left that can do anything because he's not able to use enough of his energy to actually stab through the force field user himself, Hakuri, realizing that this means he's gonna have to take someone's life that's on his side, but also understanding that this is a sacrifice that needs to be made in this moment, does something that is so incredibly sly and at the same time is something that only he could have thought of in that moment. Because where Ikuto tells him to just transport the katana that he used behind the force field user and stab him with it, what Hakuri thinks of is even 10 times better, which is he just teleports the force field user out of the Kamunabi headquarters and keeps him inside of the storage space, which one, keeps this man alive, and two, means that the entire accomplishment of removing the original force field user is still done, and still, at the very least, relinquishes the condition of communication being disrupted. So sure, the enchanted blades can't be let into the Kamunabi headquarters, but now that they can reach people with communication, Shiba, who wastes no time at all, thankfully he's finally on time here, shows up at the very moment that Azami is about to croak and die. And it's gotta be absolutely one of the most hype moments that we have gotten, and that's saying something, right? Because this entire Kamunabi raid has been nothing but pure excitement and thrill. Shiba showing up in a single panel right behind Yora, grabbing him by the tie, and then just teleporting him completely outside of the Kamunabi headquarters. Because even though the enchanted blades can't get into the headquarters, if Shiba teleports Yora outside of the headquarters, then Chihiro and Samura, who are waiting at the very outside of everything, are directly in place where Shiba teleports Yora to. I've gotta say, in one of the most aura-fueled moments in the series, and I know people like to throw around aura moments and hype moments and, oh, that's all this series has. I know so many people like to make that criticism. But I've got to say, the only way, in my opinion, that you are able to achieve a level of aura, a level of just overall tension and on the edge of your seat, biting your lip, waiting to see what is going to happen in this moment, even though 9 times out of 10, as a battle shonen made for teenagers, we already know the hero is gonna win. At the same time, the level of skill and craftsmanship it takes to piece together a story where you can actually impose that level of aura, that level of confidence, and make it literally drip off of the page is in itself good writing. It may not be writing that everyone is into. I'm not saying that everyone needs to love aura-filled hype moments, but I think it's very important to realize that Yora floating above in the sky, wielding the Shinichi, this sword that, as Azami kind of fades and drifts off, having done what he planned to do, hold out at the very least until reinforcements were able to come. He remembers that the only thing that matters is making sure the Shinichi, that 7th enchanted blade, does not get on the loose. And with that being stated, Chihiro and Samura, whose entire arc has been holding all of this guilt and all of this burden in order to handle this on his own, finally being turned around by Chihiro, the son of Kunishige Rokuhira, the one who inadvertently caused all of this to occur, whether we like to admit it or not. And the son, the man that has spent 3 or more years building himself up, growing as a warrior for this exact moment, not just for revenge for his father, as he says in the short flashback, but so that way he can fight together with people that also believed what his father did, that the katana was meant to end evil. The katana was meant to cut down the people that would abuse such weapons like the Shinichi. And whether Kunishige Rokuhira is here to see all of this or not, we already know he is looking down on his son in pride, proud to see that Chihiro is upholding this philosophy, this belief that unfortunately Kunishige only had such little time to impart on his son. And yet here he is, all grown up, standing with Samura, the man that he was able to convince they can break the Shinichi. And again, as Samura and Chihiro stand here facing off against Yora, who is wielding the Shinichi, again, something that no matter what way you put it, and obviously, I feel like the story has so many different places to go, considering we haven't even seen what the other enchanted blade wielders have to say about all of this. We know the Sword Saint is still existing down below and has touched base with Yora, whether he is going to take over Yora's body again or not, with the Magatsumi and the malediction beginning to spread throughout Kamunabi headquarters. I will say it one more time. This level of excitement and intrigue in a story can't be achieved without someone like Hokazono behind it, making some of the best writing decisions that a lot of shonen mangaka are just unable to do, it seems, in this day and age. And there is a reason why every single week there is something else to talk about in Kagurabachi. This Kamunabi raid arc has truly been the absolute peak of the mountain for the story, something that we wouldn't have even thought was possible because of how great things were in the Kyoto arc, with Hirohiko, the student of freedom, and then even Samura showing up and the whole battle between Chihiro and Samura that got us to this point. It shows that Kagurabachi not only fully understands what it's doing, is completely equipped and ready to deliver on such satisfying payoffs, which just makes me more and more excited to see how this all-out battle between Chihiro and Samura is gonna go against Yora, because we already know 5 enchanted blade wielders at the exact same time were barely able to stop the Sword Saint. And while Yora is no Sword Saint, I think we are going to have a climactic, intense battle happen right before our eyes in the next couple of chapters. So while not too much happens in this chapter, I genuinely do appreciate when we get small story beats like this, because it allows, for one, Yora to outright state his new intentions with the Hishaku and what he plans to do with not just the Shinichi Magatsumi, but also the Sword Saint, partnering up with him and ruling the country with an iron fist, and the power that Kunishige Rokuhira created but was not willing to use, as in what Yora and the Sword Saint would call it, the correct way. And while I appreciate giving Chihiro and Samura the chance to stew on this new information, because again, for Samura, he was fully aware of what Yora was planning to do, kill the Sword Saint and become the new vessel of the malediction, the new user of the Shinichi. However, the moment that Chihiro and Samura show up and see Yora here, Samura is very aware that Yora is doing something completely different from what was initially described to him, which is honestly a very great dynamic, considering Yora can throw it right back in Samura's face and say, hey, you know, you've also changed your mind as well. Both of them have seen new paths to different different futures that they didn't think was possible. Originally, Yora was completely under the delusion that the Sword Saint had fallen mentally ill and lost himself to the Shinichi's overwhelming power and was able to enact genocide, not because he thought it was the right thing to do and it was for his country, but because he was just completely out of line and had gone mad with power. Whereas now, after just touching base with the Sword Saint, Yora is able to come to the conclusion that the Sword Saint was not only fully aware of his actions, but he's more than willing to do it again, and that's exactly what Yora is looking for in not just a partner, but the world that he wants to live in. For whatever reason, even though we still don't know it yet, whatever happened to Yora to drive him to this goal is clearly strong enough to make him think that this overwhelming power that the Shinichi gives him is the only way to steer the country, and not just the country, the world, in the right direction. However he sees the world today, he feels that we are not in a correct place. Even though we have trounced the island of Shokoku and they are no longer a threat, whether this is for revenge and Yora actually is a previous member of the island that now wants to do what was done to him to the rest of the world, or he is just some other kind of entity that we haven't yet to understand yet, the very fact that these three characters here that have all had their resolves questioned, and both Samura and Yora, after seeing new futures, have changed, not only seeing how this has affected Samura, because again, now you have Samura with his eyes open. Samura is no longer blind, and instantly I love how this plays a factor in the battle, because for one, with Yora's new intentions, he has now gained full control and full dominance over the Shinichi. The Sword Saint has stopped, as he describes it, encroaching into his body and essentially inflicting Yora with some kind of debilitating nerf that is making him lose power over time. That is no longer happening now that Yora and the Sword Saint have come to a conclusion that they may be on the same side. So Yora has gained all of this new power, something that Samura even mentions is equivalent to the power of when he fought the Sword Saint 18 years ago. You also have Samura, who now that he has chosen this new path to look at the world with his eyes open, he is now burdened with actual problems of the world around him that he can no longer shut out. The moment that Yora fires off the very first centipede, the first thought that runs through Samura's head is not only that it is as strong as it was 18 years ago, but when he looks over, he sees all of the innocent people that have yet to be evacuated that are at threat of being hurt. And while Shiba is definitely there, thankfully, to show up and teleport all of these people out of there, or at least as many as he can, in some kind of Quicksilver moment, I have to imagine that we're going to get off-screen. Shiba, the off-screen warrior that always works where we can't see him. But I think the interesting difference between people like Samura and people like Yora that have changed their minds. You have the main character, Chihiro, who has finally reappeared and has everything that he has ever wanted. Revenge for his father. And on top of that, you have the Shinichi, the actual antithesis to everything that his father once believed in, everything that his father taught Chihiro. Chihiro, unlike Samura and Yora, having wavered in their paths, and even though that has brought them to new enlightenment, Chihiro is under that same spell, under that same drive that has taken him this far. And that's why he is the only one that does not avert his eyes from the enemy. Yora gets cleaved into two places and uses the centipede and wonders to himself, with this new power, he thinks he can prove himself to the Sword Saint and is focused somewhere else. Samura again is focused on all of the innocent people that might get caught in all of the backlash. And yet again, you have Chihiro, this man who finally has everything that he's ever sought for in front of him right here, this revenge that he is ready to take part of, and he is the one that stands strong and summons all of that strength to fight Yora head on as he screams that this ends right here and now. And it's just a beautiful moment that is definitely going to set up what is going to be an all-out insane battle from here on, because watching Chihiro's power grow, the fact that he's able to teleport and use the swapping place with the fish and the crow feathers like Samura is to fight on a level similar to him, Chihiro's growth has also been insane as well. And I think not only is this Chihiro meeting the aura farming quota that he has not yet been able to reach since he's been out of the story for a while, I think this shows to us the difference between these three characters and how someone like Chihiro has been chasing this one goal for so long. Nothing has gotten in the way of that at all, compared to a veteran warrior like Samura, and even this person like Yora, who has done all of this 4D, 5D chess, building up an organization like the Hoshaku of all of these evil children that are more than willing to dedicate their lives to this man, and yet he, in the final moment, again, changes course completely. I just love that Chihiro is, while he has gone through so much growth and development, he is that same character we saw on chapter 1, saying that he looks at himself every day and looks at the scars on his face to remind himself of the hatred that he bears for the people that murdered his father. And whether it be for revenge or it be to make sure the Shinichi never sees the light of day to bring about another malediction, Chihiro is definitely the hero that will stop the Shinichi. And while Samura will be there for support, as he was always meant to be, Samura, this person that was willing to bear all of the guilt of the world and kill the Sword Saint and all of the enchanted blade wielders himself, now actually, instead of taking on the role of solo run, he now decides to play support for the character that was able to change his mind. I gotta say, I absolutely just loved this chapter for what it was, and it just gets me more and more excited to see what is going to be coming up in the future. The very last thing that I do want to focus on before we call it quits on this video is the idea of the Sword Saint losing his mind, the idea of the Shinichi and the Sword Saint fusing together as this single entity, and whether he actually was taken over by the overwhelming, maddening power of the malediction or he was clear-headed. The one thing I will definitely say is psychopaths are more than capable of sounding lucid and competent, and like everything that they are saying is completely the right thing. There is no way to truly know if the Sword Saint is the exact same person that was Kunashige Rokuhira's brother-in-law. Because based off of what Samura says, he goes, you can really believe what you want to believe. I think it's interesting, too, that Yora does mention this. You guys, Samura, the enchanted blade wielders, even people in the Kamunabi, you guys have known the Sword Saint for a very long time. You guys are well acquainted with him. You know his actual name. Yet you still reduce him to just the title, the Sword Saint. You dehumanize him. You claim that he lost his way, that there's no way anyone would have done something like the malediction with a clear head. Even though Yora completely believes that the Sword Saint was in the right, Samura, instead of just denying everything that Yora says, he goes, you can believe what you want. If you want to believe that he's in the right state of mind, you can. And I think that says a lot for how not just Samura, but how the Kamunabi, the government, and the world view not just the Sword Saint, but they don't want to give him the legacy of his name. They don't want to give him anything more than being a crazed lunatic that killed an entire island of people without any remorse whatsoever. Calling him by his name, calling what he did a justified action or something that he did of right mind and sound mental clarity, completely makes it seem like he did something that was human, when in all reality he did one of the most evil actions that you ever possibly could. And while Yora is able to sympathize with that idea and that thinking process, at the same time, people like Chihiro and Samura cannot believe that anyone of sound mind would be willing to do this. And as of right now, I think just based off of Samura's answer, while the Sword Saint may seem clear-headed, we have to remember that the Shinichi and the true realm of that blade, the connection and the fusion between the Sword Saint and his sword, is something that we do not truly fully understand yet. So I think it's safe to say we shouldn't count out the fact that the Sword Saint has something else guiding him. The Shinichi may be pulling the strings. We don't know what came first, the chicken or the egg, and I don't think we should make assumptions yet. Because while Yora is smart, he's not infallible. I don't think anybody in this story is. I think that's something that we can definitely chew on and keep in our minds as we get ready to enjoy what might be one of the absolute craziest finale battles of the entire Kagurabachi series. So with all of the preparations and dialogue finally out of the way, this chapter begins what is definitely going to be one of the best battles in Kagurabachi. And honestly, there are multiple reasons as to why, especially when Kagurabachi does eventually get animated as a series. There are just going to be so many great moments, and this has got to be one of them. And obviously, some of you guys are like, no op, this is a layup. It's one of the biggest battles in the series. But let me tell you, when Shiba is just having his Quicksilver moment, teleporting all around the battlefield while Samura and Chihiro are facing off against Yora using the Magatsumi, the Shinuchi. It's just gonna be an undeniable masterclass of hype and aura. And I know those are everybody's least favorite words when it comes to things like Twitter, but I am now the strongest soldier of things like that do not matter. We can love and appreciate when sometimes good fight scenes are good fight scenes because there's nothing but great choreography and fun moments in them. Specifically, seeing Chihiro, after all of this time being absent from the story, finally get reintroduced into the story. And I've got to be honest with you, I miss this man. He is such a cool MC, and this is a chapter that completely reminds me of that. There is just so much determination, willpower, and confidence through every single swing of his sword, in every movement that he does, and he just does not back down. Even last chapter, I put a little bit of spotlight on this when Samura for a moment glances over to all of the civilians that might be hurt in the surrounding attack from Centipede. While Samura is completely distracted by this and almost opens himself up, Chihiro completely stares dead on at Yora, despite the fact that there are plenty of people that could get hurt in this moment. And sure, you could argue that that is because of Chihiro's selfish motives, and while he's always going to do his best to make sure everyone else gets protected, right now, with not just Yora, the main leader of the Hishaku that killed his father, in his sights, but also the Magatsumi, it is no small feat that one of the most determined people in this fight is Chihiro. And again, he always has aura quotas to fill every chapter. I swear Hokozona has like a point system that he needs to keep track of, and he is making up for lost time. But just to say that Kagurabachi isn't all just aura, hype, and fight moments, because I know a lot of people are going to start mentioning that as Kagurabachi gets more popular, there are also really great moments of just world building and lore in this chapter as well that go along fluently with the fight. Which is, for one, we get a little bit more clarification on what exactly the Magatsumi's powers are as an enchanted blade. It is basically just life drain, where all of its slashes, its attack, centipede, spider, everything of the sort begins to steal life force or vitality from the enemies, drain it, and then siphon all of that over to the user. And we see not only does this make Yora an extremely more powerful foe, because Chihiro mentions that when he first fought Yora back in the Rakuzachi, Yora still had great reflexes and was able to put up a really decent fight even without the Magatsumi in his grasp. But now that he's draining all of this life force from the people that the malediction is affecting, he is essentially just stealing and gaining more physical stats, more durability, and also healing all of his wounds with high-speed regeneration, which just means he is that much more of a threat. Now, he's not able to completely unsheathe the Magatsumi, even though the Sword Saint has granted Yora a little bit more leeway with the using of it as opposed to Kyora, where before, in the earlier segments of the Kamunabi infiltration, Yora was slowly taking damage and didn't know how long he was going to be able to use the Shinuchi before succumbing to its power. However, once making contact with Akamura, it seems like he has basically given Yora free rein to give him a demonstration of what Yora intends to do with his plans, and if it's really worthwhile to partner up with a man like this. I've got to say, for every single bit that goes on in this fight that is just fun to watch people swing swords at each other, there is a lot of great dialogue of characters' inner monologues going through what they should do in the moment. Samura thinking as they should keep fighting, and Shiba is still teleporting people out, but the longer this fight goes on, the more likely they are to have casualties. And even when Samura and Chihiro are completely incapacitated and stunned by the Magatsumi spider, Yora has the inner thought that, yeah, they'll only be nullified for less than a second, but that's plenty of time. This is all of the stuff that I love when it comes to Battle Shonen. Them getting caught in the train, thrown up into the air, as well as, again, Shiba just clearing all of the different cars for them and then letting Samura know that he can go all out now that he's emptied out the car that they're in. Getting more highlight of Samura's true realm and the new powers that he has awakened now that he walks this new path in his future. Powers that he never had in the original battle, the original Seitei War, that are now unveiling themselves, which is the ability to completely wrap a giant object like a train car with his crow feathers and then teleport that high into the sky. but on top of that, also bring Chihiro into the fold. Now, it shows the difference between these two characters here, because in this fight, I thought it was originally funny that Samura and Tobimune were revealed to be quote-unquote support, based off of how fucking insanely detrimental Samura appeared in strength compared to some of the characters that we had in the series. I mean, the way that he just appeared in front of the Hoshaku like it was nothing, and he wasn't hesitating to kill all of them if they didn't go with his side of the plans. It was insanely fulfilling for Samura as a support role to see him in a more bigger scale battle like this, because while Chihiro has definitely proven to be the aggressor, Samura has been bearing the weight of making sure everyone is protected, making sure that everyone is kept safe. It's why Shiba has to keep reminding Samura to pay attention and stay focused, because Samura, now that he has his eyes open especially, is constantly thinking about the other people around him. Which is why Chihiro reminded Samura from the very beginning, you are here to heal the wounds that I incur. You are support. I need you because I'm going to be the one that makes killing blows. And Yora calls Samura directly out for his weakness, saying that you're unable to make great feats without sacrificing things, such as when Samura gets utterly blown away by the dragonfly, that he's not able to dodge, block in the efforts of saving all of the people that were behind him. Now, Samura could most likely heal all of this with Suzaku. We know this for a fact. We don't know how much spirit energy he has in order to keep healing himself with critical wounds of this level, especially when we see half of his body just completely getting eviscerated, but this still opens the perfect opportunity for Chihiro to get an amazing EI White Purity style slash right towards Yora. Even though Yora releases Centipede, this is what I'm talking about this aura quota, guys. Chihiro doesn't care at all about the blast of the Enchanted Blade's attack. In fact, he pushes through it and bears the brunt of all of that offense and slicing and attack power as we see him get heavily injured through this. And we know Chihiro is more than willing to take risk when it comes to high reward. And when it's revealed Chihiro wasn't even able to get a critical stab wound on Yora and he missed all of his internal organs, Yora at first thinks, oh, well, you know, that was an interesting gamble, but you lost your wager. Chihiro reveals one of the coolest things, as always, on the cliffhanger, that his actual wager comes next. And it's in this moment that Samura uses Suzaku on both characters. Not just Chihiro, but Yora as well. And why does this work twofold? Because one, it's healing all of the serious wounds that Chihiro just got from going through that centipede, and two, because the Shinichi's external influence is considered a physical abnormality to Yora, Suzaku actually ends up burning away the Magatsumi's essence inside of Yora, which literally is just slowly tearing apart the connection between Yora and the Sword Saint, to the point that he will no longer be able to wield the Shinichi, as Chihiro and Yora basically ignite into an inferno together, and Chihiro slashes down, yelling at Yora to just let go of the blade before he completely takes any serious injuries, as this is their basically game of chicken for him to drop the sword and give them the Shinichi. Will this work? Something tells me it's definitely not going to.
This was one of those chapters where I was absolutely just so upset that it ended, and I wish there were like 10 more pages, because not only do we get a massively insane cliffhanger that is going to drastically change the trajectory of this battle entirely, we get one of the smallest glimpses of Yora's past, a flashback that is honestly what left me wanting to know so much more about this character. This leader of the Hoshaku, this person that has done nothing but have years and years of planning, 4D chess playing, raising orphans to be these killing machines, and also building this group of people together that are strong enough to take on the entire Japanese government, the Kamunabi, infiltrate their headquarters, and completely throw them into disarray on their first try, let alone after distributing propaganda and playing again some of the most insane information warfare that I've seen in a while in a manga. Yora was also able to turn multiple members of the Kamunabi against their own country and be able to change the world in one day. Now, sure, Yora's job still is not complete yet. The world has not changed, but getting a glimpse into why he may have been able to do all of this work and be so determined to achieve this goal is just so much of a taste of something grand. The way that Hokuzono has been writing his characters lately, I'm very sure that Yora's story is not only going to be insanely tragic, just based off the fact that we are introduced to him and his wife living what seems to be one of the most normal lives possible. Yora is even the chef of the house. He is cooking up some great food for his wife, and honestly, he looks so happy. He doesn't even have any of the insane kind of features that make him look more like a villain. If I was to look at Yora here in any other setting, I would think he was one of the protagonists of the story, the way that he looks so polite and good-natured. And honestly, it reminds me a lot of a character, another villain that I really love from Chojin X. If you guys know, you know. If that kind of comparison is anything to go by, something tells me whatever did lead Yora down this path not only ended up with the death of his wife, but the death of who he was and the rebirth as this new person we see. Because there's no way that this person looking before me becomes this determined, insane psychopath that's willing to sacrifice his own body to the Sword Saint entirely to achieve this goal. What we see from Yora here is honestly him being pushed back against a wall. And for a character that for over 100 chapters has been so in control, watching Chihiro and Samura be able to get one over on Yora, and as the Suzaku flames ravage through Yora's body, it is slowly depleting more and more of the Shinichi's grasp over him. And that's actually a very good feature to the battle that I love, that not only is Chihiro, of course, going to do his best to try and kill Yora and get his revenge, but right now, the main focus is getting this man off of the Shinichi and getting the Shinichi out of someone's grasp so that way the malediction stops continuing to spread further and further. As Chihiro stacks Suzaku even further with Aka, and Yora just loses more and more of a connection to the Magatsumi blade, he begins to lose ground, and you see his character, his passion, and his whole entire stability and frame begin to crumble as he starts to yell and even probably scream at the top of his lungs at Chihiro, explaining that it's his father's fault that the world is this way. All of those crimes, the Rakuzachi, the mafia gangs that roam through the streets, and all of these different evils and petty crimes that go on throughout the country, in Yora's eyes, the only reason that even happens is because they locked away the enchanted blades and they kept that power away. Once sorcerers and spells and all of these things were revealed to the public after the Seitei War, all of the country fell into chaos because of how much power imbalance was spread throughout the citizens. And it makes sense that once you lock away the powers that ended up solving all of your problems, all of those problems don't go away. Peace, while is enjoyable, is not a realistic feat in a sense that there's always going to be people looking to get one over on the other, especially when there's things like inequality. People are poor, people are hungry, there are reasons for people to strive, and as always, there's always going to be people even at the top that have everything, the elites that just want more and are willing to do anything to get it. Yora's entire philosophy, Yora's entire drive to do what he does is in the belief that it is actually Rokuhira's fault. All of this crime and all of this evil has actually plagued the country. Winning the Seitei War and then not doing anything afterwards to show a stable force of power in the country is what Yora believes led to all of this, which is why Yora believes that by wielding the Shinichi, or now partnering with the Sword Saint, knowing that he is completely cognitively lucid and he was aware of what he was doing and is more than willing to do it again from what it seems like, now Yora believes that he can put his faith in Akamura Soga, because at one point in time, he did put his faith in Kunishige Rokuhira. We see this. He says all of this peace is thanks to the war heroes. But whatever did happen to Yora, we know that it was enough to, even as he feels the Shinichi leaving his body and he feels his plans ending and he can't bear to lose just yet, the Sword Saint seems to be able to enter Yora's memories to a degree, and not only that, see what brought him to this point, but hear his words and understand how driven he is to achieve this goal of world peace through force. And by connecting with Yora on this level and also seeing how far he's willing to go and how even in death he screams out in defiance against Kunishige Rokuhira's ways, Akamura Soga says, you know what? I trust you. You have proven yourself to me, and I am more than willing to partner with you, which is exactly what Yora wanted in the worst possible time that could have ever happened. Because to be honest with you, Chihiro, even without Samura's help, was putting up a really good fight against Yora, and with the flames of Suzaku slowly eradicating the essence of the Shinichi inside of Yora, they would have won here if the Sword Saint didn't change his mind and decide to partner with Yora. And I think it's important to note here, knowing that Akamura Soga is listening to the conversation that's happening outside, we know for a fact he heard Yora describe Kunashige as Chihiro's father. There are multiple things that are going to happen in this next chapter that I cannot believe we are going to get to see, but I always had a somewhat inkling this was going to be the case. With the flames of Suzaku getting rid of all of the burden of the Shinichi on Yora's body, the Sword Saint, after hearing enough, decides that he will possess Yora's body himself. As long as Yora will give everything up to him, the Sword Saint will be able to drop out of his body entirely, and through the Shinichi's true realm, it seems, he will be able to connect to Yora's body and wield not only the Magatsumi, as we see that final panel, that final page, the sword actually begins to unsheathe, something that we have never seen before. And knowing that this insane power that was enough to not only rattle the entire Kamunabi headquarters, but force Shiba to pull a Quicksilver moment and evacuate so many people in such a quick amount of time, destroying multiple city blocks as it is, this is only the tip of the iceberg of the Shinichi's power. And now that it's beginning to get unsheathed, I can only imagine how much stronger it will be. Not only that, it's also going to be wielded by its own original connection, Akamura Soga.
Dare I say, I think the haircut might have been absolutely perfect for this chapter. The battle with Chihiro, Samura, and Yora comes to a quick end, one a lot faster than I thought it would, but the way that it ended is something that honestly a lot of us have been predicting since the very beginning of the Kamunabi raid arc, but honestly having it all out in the open for us and actually seeing the Sword Saint himself not only completely take over Yora's body but completely change his face, his likeness, to appear as the Sword Saint himself. Like, Yora is essentially in the sunken place. And despite the efforts of every single person that was at this battlefield, this was an end that was inevitable. Now that the Sword Saint is out of containment, he has fully taken control of the Shinichi Magatsumi. Where exactly does the story go from here? Because this is a Pandora's box in a story like this. From this moment on, no matter what happens, whether Samura is killed by that butterfly strike that we saw him on, which I've got to say, the very first attack that this man throws out is a slice that not only cuts through multiple buildings, potentially a city block, if not more so, it cut through the actual manga page itself as it made its way towards Samura. I am obviously very much hoping that Samura was able to survive this. He is capable of teleporting to a certain degree with Crow, so I've got to say, if anybody was able to survive an attack of that magnitude, it's got to be Samura. But rewinding a bit and getting back into the beginning of this chapter, it absolutely is insane to me that Yora was that dedicated to his goals that he was willing to completely give up his body like this and let the Sword Saint just take over entirely. Sure, there was the whole idea of partnering together. We can do this together as a whole. And I don't know if this is what Yora had always envisioned, but he was clearly more than willing to surrender everything to the Sword Saint in this moment. It is unclear what that relationship is going to look like going forward, whether Soga and Yora exist, interchangeably, whether Yora is just lost in the sunken place forever until the Sword Saint is tired or dies, which I highly doubt based off of, again, just one butterfly attack being enough to render multiple city blocks useless. The thing for me is Samura used all of his firepower that he possibly could in this moment to finish the job that Chihiro couldn't, and it was just too late. Yora's body no longer viewed the Magatsumi as an abnormality, because that was essentially Samura and Chihiro's only gateway to victory. Even with just a fraction of the Magatsumi's power, he was still just strong enough to take on both Chihiro and Samura at the same time. Sure, he had been heavily exhausted and had been fighting for so long in the entire day. You could say that's what gave Chihiro and Samura the advantage to get in the corner pushing moment that they did against Yora. However, remember, if they weren't able to use Suzaku's flames to essentially erase the Shinichi's influence from his body, then I don't know if we would have been as successful as we were. And again, in the very last moment, we have Akamura Soga and Yora making that final pact for Akamura to completely transform and transcend into his body. I gotta say, I did not expect him to be able to change his face and appearance entirely. And of course, in just perfect convenience, there is a nice robe and formal attire in a dress shop right next to where Akamura Soga wakes up. Although I've got to admit, it's really, really cool to have him in this garb as he just has just this most aura-fueled moment, levitating outside of the building and breaking the glass like an actual fucking supervillain of unrealistic nature. I also know it would have been cool to see him in the suit here, but you know, it is what it is. I get he would have looked too much like Sojo. Once again, we are reminded that Akamura Soga was not only so mentally ironclad that he was able to enact a genocide across an entire island of people without any kind of regard for anyone's well-being or any regret whatsoever. Remember, we have said time and time again, Soga not only does not regret his actions, he is more than willing to do it again if he has to, as we will apparently be seeing in the future. I gotta say, he follows this trend of still being a quirky guy. When he first sees Samura, he says, "Long time no see. Oh, you healed your eyes. You look kind of cool." And remember, while these are definitely small little comedic relief in what might be one of the most pivotal moments in the entire story, I do appreciate this characterization of Akamura Soga, not just to reinforce that he truly has remained completely lucid and sane across not just doing one of the most heinous acts imaginable, but also being in solitary confinement, being kept alive by the barest of nutrition for 18 years. And now he's completely in a different body entirely. None of this has phased his mentality whatsoever. He's the exact same person he was when all of this began. And sure, Samura does mention that war simply changed his beliefs. At the same time, it's also implied that the only reason Kunishige could trust Akamura Soga with the Shinichi Magatsumi was because of his innate gifts and ironclad beliefs that he held before the war changed them. Akamura Soga was supposedly peerless when it came to absolute power and strength, which is something that, you know, we didn't really need to hear right here. It's very much obvious. Just based off of the small amount we know about the Sword Saint, still being enough to imply and justify that he was able to fight all of the enchanted blade wielders on his own, and they were just barely able to scrape by. But the characterization I feel like is important because this person is supposedly Kunishige Rokuhira's brother-in-law, the person that Kunishige Rokuhira trusted more than anybody else in the entire world, his best friend. And Kunishige Rokuhira, we didn't get to spend much time with him either, but we know for a fact that guy was a clown. That guy was a goofy motherfucker, and to the point that Chihiro, the younger son, felt like the one that was taking care of Kunishige more than the other way around. So these small little moments of Akamura, you know, doing stretches, you know, and being like, "Oh, what's the weather like? How you doing? What's up?" And then like he sees Samura and the first thing he says is, "Samura looks cool." Like, for how menacing and scary and just overall villainous Emperor Palpatine Star Wars ass shit going on right now, the Sith Lord Akamura Soga, I've got to say, these small little details in his dialogue prove that not only is he the same person from all this time ago, he truly was someone that was capable of being Kunishige Rokuhira's best friend. And it's even crazier to me that it seems like he was completely imprisoned of his own volition as well. He performed what he did against the island of Shokoku, killed all of those people, and then afterwards realized that, hey, you know what? My ethics, my politics, they're a little radical, they're a little extreme. I understand why mainstream society doesn't appreciate them. But you know what? I fulfilled my role. I did everything that I needed to do. You guys can imprison me and put me away. We're not compatible. We're fine. I'm completely okay with you guys imprisoning me. He goes, you know, I was resigned to die down there. Or so he thought, as he says, and he finishes this, because Yora made him realize that his job isn't done in his eyes, right? Now he has full understanding that the Magatsumi must still be used to bring about the power shift that Akamura Soga completely thought he did 18 years ago. Yora completely shatters the illusion that Akamura Soga's job and his work was done, simply because the moment he finds out that the enchanted blades were sealed away, you see that just that thought alone was enough for Soga to completely retake up the mantle of the wielder of Magatsumi. Yora is pure proof alone, especially knowing that Akamura Soga went through Yora's memories and saw how the enchanted blades, the moment they were taken away, allowed things like the Rakuzachi, allowed things like crime to run rampant, mafia families to take precedent, and without the enchanted blades, power was spread out in a way that was unfavorable for the common folk. But at the same time, I think it's very important to understand how the enchanted blades could have been used to oppress the common folk in a just more different way. While it's easy to say that absolute power gets rid of crime, reduces the crime rate, it fails to also consider the perspective that that absolute power is in and of itself committing a crime. Is world peace achievable? Is there an easy answer to it? That's not what I'm getting at here. The point of the matter is, watching what happens to this building as this man unsheathes his enchanted blade, the strongest of all enchanted blades, and it turns pitch black entirely. He completely, again, effortlessly could have killed Samura, although I doubt Samura would just die like that. Could have killed him, more than likely, causing all of that destructive damage, and then just casually just appears right in front of Chihiro before Chihiro can get a word out and says, "Oh, how you've grown." As many people have theorized, and I hate comparing, but this is 110% an unchangeable story beat in Kagurabachi. I really, really, really loved the last one because I feel like the last moment we were in a big, integral, impactful, plot-altering moment here was when Samura was revealed to be a traitor. And now this just is so much fucking worse than that could have ever been. Listen, I know this sounds crazy to say, but the fact that Chihiro, after being confronted with such a powerful sword master like Akamura Soga, 1 inch away from his throat, and did not just completely cripple and buckle under the weight of his knees, fall to the floor and bow down, or just completely pass out from the overall stress of the situation, is definitely a very charitable thing that Chihiro did here, and it shows how much resolve really has built up within him since the beginning of this series. Because something that is no longer a secret that comes outright verbatim in this chapter is the fact that Akamura Soga is 110% Chihiro's uncle. He is Chihiro's mom's younger brother. He is not only the person that bought Chihiro his bib, has known about Chihiro since birth, but on top of this, even when people like Shiba and Samura didn't even know Chihiro's name, didn't even know Chihiro existed, didn't even know that Rokuhira would have given birth to a son, this man has supposedly known Chihiro since he was born, has actually met baby Chihiro, bought him things, and even remembers him enough to have some kind of familiar relationship with him. And with Chihiro essentially being the last known connection to that previous life, besides Samura and all the other enchanted blade wielders, you get a sense of how casual the Sword Saint really is about everything, from the Shokoku Island genocide to the enchanted blades being so damn insanely powerful to the point that they could literally lead the world as they know it with an iron fist. And yet all of this, while it is unreconcilable to Akamura Soga, he refuses to see any other opinion, even when people like Chihiro, even when people like Samura give him other options or tell him why his viewpoints are wrong. He simply says, yeah, you know what? I completely understand why I would be seen as an extremist. I get why you guys wouldn't believe in killing everybody, but hey, I did what had to be done and I will do it again. We even see his level of mercilessness in this chapter itself, because just after finding out about the Rakuzachi, this auction that stemmed from the birth of basically the sealing of the enchanted blade, and hearing how the Rakuzachi affected not just Yora's past, but also the entire country's past, that is the very first thing that Akamura Soga sets his sights on. This hero, this person who just basically regained his body not even moments ago and found an enemy to place blame onto, is already gung-ho, ready to massacre every single Sazanami clan member. And what's even crazier is Chihiro doesn't even have the chance to explain, hey, you know what, we already took care of those guys. Rakuzachi is done. We're all good. I'm actually best friends with the new heir. We've come to an agreement. This guy not even listening to his nephew, which just shows how, again, inconsolable Akamura Soga was in his ways, how it was his way or the highway, how the only chance the enchanted blade wielders had of stopping his reign was literally sealing him away for 18 years. That was the only potential chance they had of stopping this madman from just ending up slaying the entire world. If no man but Akamura Soga wields this kind of power singularly, and even 5 other enchanted blade wielders were just barely able to handle this threat. Really, when Akamura Soga makes declarations like, yeah, we're gonna take out this whole family line, you really do see why ruling the world with an iron fist can become a very slippery slope. Even if you want to argue that Hikori, based off of his bloodline, is damned to follow the moves of his family, and even if he's a good boy now, 10 years down the line, he's gonna go through a corrupted state and become just like his father and start the Rakuzachi anew. No matter how unlikely that is, the slight possibility of that existing is not enough for Akamura Soga. Sins of the father as well, even though Hikori is essentially wiped clean and innocent of the Rakuzachi auction entirely, Akamura Soga, in his no exceptions way of law, deems that not enough, and that Hikori's life must be paid as penance for all of the people that have been affected by the Rakuzachi. You really do see how this man kind of embodies the worst possible traits and sides of what Chihiro could have become by the end of this story. Because something that I think is very offhandedly mentioned, but I think shows how determined someone like Chihiro really is as well, right? Is Chihiro, after kind of calculating and coming to the understanding that, wow, the Sword Saint, this person that committed this mass murder and did all of these terrible deeds, is actually related to me. He's my goddamn uncle. Despite at first realizing, you know, I probably should be upset about this, that no one told me this. I've had plenty of people that could have spilled the beans, so I could have been prepared by this and not got blindsided with this man's sword at my throat, you know, right now, right here. Chihiro also admits that it honestly was better that no one told him this, because if you really think about it, if Chihiro knew the Sword Saint, person that was wielding the Shinichi, which is now his main mission, his main goal, the thing that the Enten was supposedly created for, to destroy and stop the malediction from ever happening again, as Chihiro tells Akamura outright. Chihiro admits to himself that at this point, Chihiro has undergone so much, has fortified his willpower and his belief in what he is doing so hard that even something like Akamura being his uncle isn't enough to cause his resolve to waver. This far down the line, Chihiro is so steeled in his beliefs and what he needs to do, something that trivial isn't going to trip him up or make him hesitate. He knows he needs to destroy the Shinichi and kill the Sword Saint, whether he is his uncle or not. But I think it's important to understand the parallels here, because revenge has been a big theme for so many characters in this entire story of Kagurabachi. This need to avenge and get back what was rightfully yours. This need to prove yourself and prove that your belief is paramount. And we even see that people like Akamura Soga have outright just given up convincing others that their way is the right way. They don't need everybody else to understand what they're doing. They don't need anybody else to empathize with them. He can mass murder an entire island and not think anything of it and not care if he gets locked away for 18 years, because that's just who he is. And while Chihiro isn't on the verge of mass murdering an entire island of people, you really do see how quick Akamura is to deem people his enemies. Be it the Rakuzachi on an instant, be it the island of Shikoku beforehand, or any other evildoers that may have faced his reign. Even being willing to fight his own enchanted blade allies like Samura, letting Samura know when Samura steps up and pushes him away that, hey, you're cool and all, Samura, you got great powers, great healing, but I can kill you if I need to. The small little subtle fact that Akamura, without any training in EI White Purity style, is able to keep up with Samura's drawing style and speed, with the reveal that he didn't train because he just hated Itsuro Shirikai, and even if he did train, he would have been unparalleled. He could master it instantly. This man having no rivals is very clear, and Hokuzono has done an amazing job setting up the aura, the power, and just the overall tension in the air of this guy existing. I mean, this final panel that we get at the end of the chapter of this ghostly apparition just waving like almost as if your eyesight can't even comprehend the eldritch, Lovecraftian, horrified being that's standing before you, because the Sword Saint really is just another level of power entirely. Even when you have someone like Samura on the field, that level of presence is perfectly captured. But again, tying it all back into Chihiro to end it all up, Mr. Oraquota, Chihiro, who also is so resolved in his ways, is able to stand up against people whether they believe in him or not, and even tell people that probably are more right and have more knowledge than he is, that he is not going to change for them. Whether Akamura Soga is just the darkest interpretation of where that level of resolve can get you, or Akamura Soga is the classic tale of you live long enough as a hero to become the villain. And is that truly going to be Chihiro's future? Is this some kind of foreshadowing that, sure, the Shinuchi, this all-powerful blade, caused the malediction? However, the Enten, after removing all enchanted blades, stopping the Shinuchi and killing Akamura, where does the Enten's presence lie then? Will Chihiro be more than willing to let Enten fade away into obscurity? Or will Chihiro, at the end of this journey, realize that without Enten, all of this could just happen again, and someone's got to make sure it doesn't? If that is the conclusion that Chihiro comes to, what separates him from the Sword Saint? Remember, Chihiro at this point, the amount of lives and innocent people he has killed. I mean, sure, you could say he goes out of his way to make sure not every single innocent dies, as we can see with his first fight with Hirohiko in the theater, but it is definitely an interesting line of thought process to have, to think of the level of similarities someone like Chihiro has with their uncle, Akamura Soga. So after a long break, it's good to finally be back on the Kagurabachi grind, even though we're pretty much just gonna go right back to break next week, but those are the holiday seasons, and I hope everybody has been enjoying it. The chapter that we did get should be enough to not only make up for the break that we had, but also keep us held together until the next chapter, because not only do we really get some of the coolest fight scenes that the Sword Saint has ever had. Since he has shown up, every single scene, sword swipe, motion that he has made has not only been so impactful, but just critically insane to imagine how much power and strength that can be packed inside of one character. He really does have an insane villainous presence, and even though he has his goofball moments and his clear personality of utmost casualness, there are also small little bits of lore that explain so much that we haven't really had an answer for yet until now. For example, the chapter quite literally begins with an explanation as to why certain anomalies have occurred in the series, such as Chihiro's black lightning or the black ice with Mei. And the answer for that is Chihiro using the blade's life force, using that life energy and burning it away to gain power in extreme concentrations, causes spiritual energy to become black. It glitters with this otherworldly light. And almost everything the Sword Saint does, the Magatsumi touches, becomes black. It spills with this jet black ink and just butterflies and insects and all of the imagery that has occurred from this one blade. It's all jet black, and that is because, as we kind of already were learning in the previous couple of chapters, the blade itself's main ability is life drain, to the point that even when you are just nearby the unsheathed katana, its life drain effect just oscillates and permeates everywhere around it, to the point that Chihiro and Samura begin to grow malediction and become consumed by its power, even just from standing feet away. And all of it is all powered up by the fact that if you have to imagine everything the Magatsumi destroys, it cuts, it cleaves through and kills, is absorbed as more power for that blade. When the Sword Saint has obliterated an entire island of 200,000 lives, it is an insane astronomical amount of power to even begin to imagine. If anything, the Sword Saint fought all 5 of the enchanted blade wielders before he was imprisoned, and that feat has just seemed more and more impossible the longer the series has gone on and the more that we have learned about the blade. And here we learn the battle against the Sword Saint was never won. These 5 wielders, using all of their abilities, everything they could possibly do, it wasn't enough to stop Akamura Soga. It wasn't enough to stop the malediction, and it explains that the malediction didn't happen in just one instant. The malediction was occurring while the Enchanted Blade wielders were fighting Soga. He only gave up basically after the malediction finished, and he said, all right guys, you can imprison me, which a chapter or two ago he basically admitted, yeah, that's fine. I accepted my fate because I figured no one would agree with me anyway. So if you really think about it, the Sword Saint was never stopped. He was never beaten. He willfully finished his job and willfully retired to 18 years of imprisonment until now he feels like his work is needed once more. And if the 5 Enchanted Blade wielders couldn't stop him 18 years ago, it seems very unlikely that Chihiro and Samura alone are going to be able to do anything against this guy, which is pretty much all of this chapter consists of, is Chihiro just getting absolutely decimated by his uncle in 1 to 2 strikes. He uses Centipede, and both Samura and Chihiro are put so far against the brink that Chihiro literally is just in disbelief that his powers are this strong. The Sword Saint's casualness when it comes to this battle is also part of his cheeky, very simple-minded side, because he says, all right, 250 feet of civilians are evacuated. That's our battlefield. If you guys leave, ring out clause. You got to kill yourselves, which is just crazy to me that he was more than willing to just announce that and then start throwing hands right afterwards. Samura loses an arm to the point that he cannot regenerate because of how much energy he has wasted in this battle. Before any of this, he was fighting Yora, and Yora was a strong opponent considering he was able to decimate Azami. Chihiro now stun locked on the brink, barely able to survive if Samura wasn't there. Samura realizes that if the 5 blade wielders together weren't able to stop him, then he's not going to be able to stop him here either. His best bet is to critically wound the Sword Saint and then bring him back to imprisonment, and then let's try this again later, which I really do think is the best and only chance they have of ending this fight that they're currently in. They have to find a way to have Soga's presence completely lose track of Yora, and Yora either dies, survives, or someone else in the Hishaku takes up his mantle. Whatever is going to happen, they can't beat the Sword Saint, because Samura, using all of his remaining ability, his power, his life force, as we know, that is the strongest you can possibly get, while Chihiro is struggling to even begin to grab his Enten sword, with Samura basically igniting the entire floor of the building that they are on as Akamura and Samura stand toe-to-toe, ready to draw their blades. Samura knows this is the only moment he has to win this battle. But even with the Sword Saint's entire body being incinerated on the highest temperature Suzaku is able to bring out, it's nothing in the face of the man that was able to slaughter 200,000 people in one stroke. And again, in 18 years of difference, 200,000 lives are empowering the Magatsumi now. And the biggest spit in the face, in my opinion, is you read this chapter, I read this chapter, we both know what we saw. Samura and Chihiro stood no chance. Akamura's base physical stats, his speed, how fast, how quick, how strong and heavy he swings his blade, even without centipede, spider, butterfly, everything he has, even without that. All of it wasn't enough, even while his body was being burned alive. And he still says to Samura that you are a spectacular sword fighter, and you have improved significantly in 18 years, enough to surprise me. Which, knowing how easily and how little effort it took the Sword Saint, it blows my mind that he's still that analytical to know that, hey, 18 years ago, you would have done a lot worse. And honestly, most people wouldn't have even been able to do that, which just tells you all you need to know about the gap in power between these two entities. However, the chapter ends with one of the greatest awakening moments that Chihiro has ever had. because once Akamura notices his presence, he uses the technique Spider, which we know is forced to restrict people to stay in one place. However, the biggest reveal, and honestly it's something that we've all kind of already known, is that Enten, its true realm, the sword itself was designed to stop the eternal contracts, to end the reign of the malediction, to end the Magatsumi as the strongest enchanted blade of them all. The Enten was made specifically to counteract the life drain of Magatsumi, and we see this when Chihiro is able to use Nishiki to completely counteract that life force and just extinguish it from existing. And even more so, he's able to just ignore Spider, walk through that restriction ability, and then start throwing slashes at Akamura Soga. But what's crazy of them all is this deranged, unmatched Sword Saint is clearly, through his expression, surprised. He is shocked to see what's happening here. Not just once, but twice. Once, when Chihiro ignores the Spider, making it imply that that might have been the very first time someone has ever managed to ignore one of his abilities. And two, the fact that Nishiki is able to counteract the life force and allow Chihiro to get close to Samura and start swinging blades. If the Enten was able to crack the Tobimune, perhaps the Enten can crack the Shinichi here and end it all. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. And I think we're going to need to regroup, as I said previously. I don't know if this is going to be a climactic battle between uncle and nephew just yet. I think Chihiro still has a long way to go to stand on the Sword Saint's level if Samura can't even do it. Is Samura going to die here unless the Masumi show up? I really don't know. But what I do know is I am more than hyped to see where this goes, especially if it was enough of a true realm awakening to put the Sword Saint on guard. So I don't even know what to say anymore. Kagurabachi just continues to deliver jam-packed chapter after amazing chapter, because Akamura Soga, in my opinion, has done all of his presence, all of his build-up, every statement, every feeling that has been given about the Shinichi, the Magatsumi as a blade, this all-powerful force of nature that not even all of the other enchanted blade wielders were capable of stopping themselves. It is just so horrifying and realistic to see this man in his element just so casually handle what previously we thought might have been our only hope of stopping this unbelievably powerful blade. And on top of this, the fact that throughout this entire scuffle, Akamura has been nothing but kind, polite, and graceful, almost completely understanding that nobody feels the way that he does and no one really accepts the opinions that he has come to form. Not only is he just insanely lucid and coherent, but he is tactical, he's calculating, and every move that he makes is critical and impactful. Not only do we find out in this chapter that the Magatsumi isn't just capable of draining life itself on like a large, wide scale. It's not just the blade when it cuts you, it drains your life force. It does so, but on top of that, the whole sword being unsheathed is enough to create a cloud of like miasma, obviously unseen to the human eye, but it literally just creates a permeating wave of life drain. And now that Chihiro, as he dukes it out with his uncle, essentially, using the Enten as it was intended to be used, a blade that would be able to counter and defeat all other enchanted blades. Enten is able to use things like Kuroi, Akka, the things that it has picked up from Samura's abilities, and everything that Chihiro has had, even Nishiki, all of that from this point into the story to use and push against Akamura Soga, the Sword Saint. Samura, this person that previously was more than willing to bear the weight and guilt of all of this and kill, quote unquote, his other enchanted blade wielders to bear the burden of himself and stop this event from ever occurring, as he bleeds out, literally using the last of his own spiritual energy to keep Chihiro healed and ready for this battle. It's sad to see that Akamura, who again we have already prescribed as being completely right in all of his thoughts, everything that he thinks about is in his tactical brain is undoubtedly probably a true statement. The fact that Akamura calls Samura out that you are going to head towards death the more you continually use Suzaku, and Samura just outright admits that he's making a wager right now. which is him basically sacrificing his life to give Chihiro this chance that Chihiro talked Samura even into in the first place. And something tells me, I know a lot of people were hoping that Samura would come out of this battle with some kind of help, some kind of way to heal, recover, especially with Suzaku, but if he is using the last of his force on Chihiro, especially knowing the way that this chapter ends, then Samura may just sacrifice the last of himself to give Chihiro a chance to fight again. Because even with all of the power-ups, even with everything that Chihiro is able to do, he is matched at every single turn by the Sword Saint. And upon using Akka towards a dragonfly, we get even more concrete information that this is a battle Chihiro just is not ready for. Even though he is clearly going to be perceived as a threat to Akamura and the Shinichi as a whole, the truth of the matter is dragonfly, butterfly, spider, centipede, these are numbered forms of infinite numbered. The Shinichi is able to just mold and channel this black energy of life and use it in so many different ways that we haven't even seen just the bare surface level of what this man is capable of. Almost in a sense that he's never even once had to use any of those other infinite forms because he's never been pressed to this point. Imagine Samura is one of the strongest characters in the series, and he just dog walked him like it was nothing, while at the same time being like, you're a strong samurai, you're a strong warrior, I commend you. As Samura didn't do a single fucking hit, using the most that he possibly could against him on his own. Akamura is nothing but humble and real. So again, that's why I trust every word that comes out of his mouth. And Chihiro, by being able to understand the Magatsumi and how strong it actually is and how much he is at a disadvantage right now, he still decides to push forward and forces his body to evolve. His eyesight quite literally adapting and being able to see what might as well be a world-cutting slash. Akamura Soga with the Shinichi is able to use Butterfly and just his overall slashes itself, similar to Enten where it unleashes a projectile slash with Kuro. The difference is the Magatsumi cuts through space itself, and the amount of time it takes to slash through that space, instantaneous isn't even a word that is said to define the level of speed that it takes for this to go. And when there's just a millimeter of a distance or change of range, that time can feel different, yet also, again, almost instantaneous. But the very moment that Chihiro is able to use these insane Rokuhira eyes, this gift that he has been blessed with somehow, this genetic material that allows him to just pick up on the most minute of details, just as Kunashige Rokuhira did to form the enchanted blades as a whole. The very power, the masterpiece that Akamura Soga wields in his hands right now. So it is no surprise to me that in this moment, realizing that not only can the Enten possibly damage the enchanted blades, but Chihiro's body and his eyes are more than well prepared to be a natural enemy, a perfect counter to Akamura as a whole. His uncle, funnily enough, handles Chihiro just as quickly as he did Samura recently, because the moment Akamura recognizes Chihiro as a samurai, as a real threat, Akamura stops playing around and stops giving a crap about whether or not his sister's son is throwing hands and might want to survive. Akamura immediately, in 2 motions, like I said, every single move he makes is so impactful, so meaningful. There's movement and care and calculation behind everything and single swipe that he does. In 1 motion, he completely rips through Chihiro's torso and causes a grave wound while also dropping his guard entirely and basically essentially disarming Chihiro, making Chihiro realize that even with all of the evolution that he has gone through, everything that he has done throughout the series to prepare for the Shinichi itself, the one thing that Chihiro never could have taken into account would have been Akamura's unparalleled genius and his skill with the blade that is, till this day, even after 18 years of rust has built up, completely unmatched by anyone. It's no wonder all of the enchanted blade wielders didn't stand a single chance, even when they were fighting together. And even though the Enten is the perfect counter, Chihiro is in no way, shape, or form ready to handle the wielder of the blade, the one who has become one with it. as in another single strike, the Enten itself breaks in two. The blade that has pushed Chihiro this far, the very manifestation of Chihiro's revenge, the actual last remaining peace and connection Chihiro has with his father is shattered. And now Akamura, finding where Chihiro's heart is, plunges the Shinichi directly through Chihiro's torso in what is one of the most insane cliffhangers and most likely the climactic end of this raid arc. Because as was predicted from the beginning, Akamura Soga is too much of a threat for Chihiro to handle at this point. And it's possible that this end could go one of two ways. Akamura Soga could have found Chihiro's heart to simply make sure that he pierced not the most critical organ in Chihiro's body and simply just take him out in the moment, because again, Akamura does have care in his mind for Chihiro. It would make sense that he would locate exactly where the heart is just to make sure he doesn't deal a lethal wound. Or Akamura, realizing that Chihiro and Enten were the biggest threat to him and his justice, takes him out on the spot by finding Chihiro's heart and making sure he kills his nephew. It could go either way. Honestly, with the personality the Sword Saint holds, he is kind of unpredictable, which makes him all the more interesting as a villain. But again, this is just a chapter that exists to show the dominance of the Sword Saint and how Chihiro, even with everything he's built up to this point, is in no way, shape, or form even on the same plane or realm as this genius. And what are we gonna have to do to get Chihiro to that point? Especially now that Enten is broken, who the hell fucking knows, dude? Just when you think the arc is about to come to a close, they pull us right back in with what has to be one of the absolute craziest and most masterclass climaxes in the last couple of years when it comes to manga. I've said it multiple times, just knows what it's doing every single chapter to add some flair, add some layer of story or lore, or even just a great character moment to make every chapter exciting and enjoyable. And stemming right off of the cliffhanger of last chapter, where Akamura Soga looked exactly for Chihiro's heart and struck Magatsumi right exactly into Chihiro's torso, there were some kind of speculations. I myself was even questioning if he looked for the heart to make sure he missed it since it was his dear nephew, or if he was going straight for the kill. And this chapter completely confirms that Akamura Soga, as he has always said, makes no excuses and does not shy away from his goal. And he kills his nephew, stabs him right through the heart as Enten, in honestly what was one of the most tense and sad moments of the chapter for me, genuinely thinking that Enten was crumbling away, like just disappearing entirely and was going to be gone forever, as Akamura just laid Chihiro so humbly down onto the floor. It was such a moment that felt final. How is Chihiro gonna come back from this? How are we ever going to recover from the Sword Saint emerging? Because at this point, with the way that this chapter ends, there's no coming back from this. I pretty much had theorized, and it was very obvious, that this Kamunabi raid arc was going to be a story section that leaves the world of Kagurabachi changed and completely different from how we remember it. It felt that way previously when Samura casted Owl over the country and declared his betrayal, and now this exact moment is happening once again, because with Chihiro on the verge of death, Enten just crumbling away, Soga basically says that it's Kunashige Rokuhira's fault that this happened. Kunashige Rokuhira had basically, in Akamura's eyes, lived so long that he eventually started to betray his original ideas. Because we have established time and time again that this sense of justice that the Sword Saint feels, he fully believes that he's justified and that this is what Kunashige Rokuhira, his brother-in-law, always wanted. But now, seeing that Enten was so easily, destroyed, seeing that Chihiro was so easily beaten, it's clear that Kunashige's willpower, his skill with crafting a blade, has dulled. Those cushy, peaceful years of living with a son had changed Kunashige beyond repair. And it's so funny to hear this coming from Akamura, because once again, I have to bring it up. It is always interesting how the Sword Saint is deemed as the person who changed. The Sword Saint is shown to be this person who just one day out of the blue became so bloodthirsty he was unwilling to let any of those Shokoku bastards live. I'm sure that's what he would say, and that's what he would tell you. But now we have a different perspective, and of course this could just be, unreliable narrator situation where, Akamura truly is that deluded and delusional. But I've also theorized that Akamura may not have been the person that changed. It may be everybody else that went through the war, including Kunishige himself, that changed over time. And this may be our first piece of evidence for that, as Akamura says that by abandoning those ideals that created the Magatsumi, it resulted in the Enten and Chihiro being dulled. And now that Chihiro and even Samura are just dying, losing all of the blood left, Akamura, declaring that they have lost and basically bidding them farewell, says that he is off to fulfill his purpose because Samura put all of his faith in a dud. The Enten was a fraud, is it literally what Akamura says at this point. He says everything that you guys staked your lives on today was useless and it had no chance of stopping me. And we get a new attack revealed from the Magatsumi named B. Every single time this man casts a new ability with this sword, it is just one of the most insane things that we have seen. The giant fucking crater that literally tunnels 300 meters underground to get to where Hikori was previously. He does not miss a single beat. The moment that the battle between Samura and Chihiro was over, he said, "Oh, sorry, I've got a mission to do, by the way. I did say I was gonna kill all the Sazanami." So he immediately tunnels his way right down to Hikori. Thankfully, Shiba was just in the nick of time, able to get to Hikori in that right moment, save him and teleport him out of there. And you see the Sword Saint looking at the spot where they once were, and just kind of the way he just moves casually, goes, I'll take care of that later, and immediately just starts talking to Mr. Uzaru, as he calls him, one of the Kamunabi headquarters guys that honestly we know has been not really completely on our side. Not that he was a traitor, he did fully believe in the Kamunabi, but he was one of the people that threatened Chihiro long ago before the Swordbearer assassination arc began. The fact that Akamura here takes the time to say, oh, you guys obviously weren't all in support of the enchanted blades being sealed away. Give me all of the names of the people who were in support of the blades being sealed away, if you will. And you know what? Honestly, very dumb question that this guy asks. He goes, what are you going to do with that information? I think it's very clear what he's going to do with that information. So the fact that he specifically can select people to use that malediction on, because he fully casts malediction at this point, starting in the Kamunabi headquarters and imagining to just spread throughout. So I don't know if not the remainder of the story perhaps, but at least the next section of the story is going to perhaps be on some kind of time limit where the malediction is going to take time to spread all the way across the country. It's going to start from here where it originates, and then they're going to pass on into other areas, and they're going to, have to defeat the Sword Saint before it completely takes over the country. That could be where the next arc takes us, which whatever happens is just going to be, this has just been peak fiction this entire time. And again, I know we throw that word around a lot, but for a somewhat dull period in Shonen Jump, there are still good manga going on. I don't want to say that, but when it comes to battle shonen per se, I think Kagurabachi really is just a stellar golden, piece of media above all else, because truly the way that we go from having so much despair and we feel so useless, we're watching characters like Azami, Aruha, fuck that one traitor guy, but you also have the mentor of Azami and Kunishige and Shiba getting hit by the malediction as well and having his life force absorbed. And it's really a moment where we are so worried that we might just be cooked. This could be the end of everything, the end of all. Because one of the saddest things in the world here is just before this, Shiba realizing that the Sword Saint has caused this much damage, Shiba realizing that he was able to save Hikori, so at the very least they may be able to get the other two enchanted blades. Right now, they're fighting the Sword Saint, someone that was able to take on all 5 enchanted blade wielders at once. They may not have the firepower now, but if they take their time and they evacuate as many people as they can who stand a chance at fighting in the future, they may be able to stage a counterattack who knows how long. And so we think about Azami, we think about Aruha, Kiri, we think about Natsuki, all of these people, and again hitting that moment of we're so fucked right now is when in the middle of thinking that, Shiba looks over and he finally, to this point they haven't been able to see Samura and Chihiro yet. Shiba finally is able to catch a glimpse of Chihiro and Samura as they lay fucking beaten and broken, about to be dead. He says as many people as possible. Like, he knows this might just be the end. They might not be able to come back from this. But in one of the coolest fucking moments at the end of the chapter, and just it was kind of obvious that this was going to happen based off of the way that he got decimated. This was the best and always the greatest way to have Samura's character end here, which is giving everything he has left, giving his life force, turning it into black Suzaku flames after just learning that, you know, turning your abilities black means you are burning the remainder of your life force. And in this final moment, instead of accepting his fate, realizing that he may have been wrong about entrusting Chihiro and that maybe he should have done everything that he wanted to himself, he denies this and he completely still disagrees with the Sword Saint and says, "You're wrong. I know you're wrong. Everything that got Chihiro to this point, everything that made him gain this power, have that spark, that drive that brought him to this moment entirely, none of that was fake. None of that was a fraud. And that light can continue to shine and it can continue to push. It may not be ready to take on the Sword Saint now, but Samura knows if given the right time and given the right chance, it's something that can potentially overtake it in the future." And Samura, using the last of his life energy, not only burns it all away to reforge in some ways the Enten right inside of Chihiro's hands, giving everything he has left to make sure the Enten does not disintegrate and completely break entirely. And then Samura also puts himself in front of Akamura in the destroyed remainder wasteland of the Kamunabi headquarters after the malediction has begun. And we get the chapter name drop at the very end of this final panel, which is Tobi Mune versus Magatsumi, which just tells me that this is truly the end of Samura Seiichi. He is burning everything away in this moment to give everyone a chance to fight another day, because it's very clear they're not winning today. And I've just got to say, yeah, man, this is just some of the coolest shit that I've seen in a long time, since, you know, there are definitely moments in other series that remind me of this. But you guys know I love a setting drastically changing in story beats like this. The fact that we have gotten two now in Kagurabachi, one with Samura's betrayal and now two with the Sword Saint's revival, it's great. So even though this is most likely going to be Samura's last chapter, or well, I guess the next chapter will be, right? Because it's pretty clear that Samura's sacrifice is only going to end in one specific way. However, I think at this point it might actually be enough to not just put the Sword Saint down for now and put him into a liminal state of, you know, hibernation, at least until we need to fight him fully again. Because by the end of this chapter, it seems like there are multiple different story threads that are emerging from this piece of the arc that are going to lead into the very end of the story of Kagurabachi. Almost to the point that I feel like we might even be getting a time skip after this, because after Chihiro is almost killed, pierced right through the heart by his uncle, of course we know that Samura is staking his entire life to create black flames that are not only erupting and healing Chihiro and everyone that was in the battlefield, keeping Samura alive just long enough to continue this final resort attack and fight against Akamura. But on top of that, it seems like Samura's black flames were just barely able to save people like Azami, Aruha, Natsuki, all the important people that Shiba deemed were going to be very integral for the future of this story. People like Kiri, all of these new characters that were introduced and made very impactful in the Kamunabi raid are going to be coming with us on this future arc, time skip, whatever it may be. Because as this chapter begins, we get a small cut of Iori, a reminder that even after just getting her dad back and just being able to open this man's eyes and get him to be willing to face the future with open eyes, unfortunately, this future is not going to have Samura in it. But instead of sacrificing everything on being the bad guy, being the person that has to kill all of your former associates and then take out the Sword Saint and then take out yourself in one grand display of guilt and burden and all of this nonsense that Samura was speaking beforehand, now he is actually staking his life on something that he feels is beneficial to the world and beneficial to the next generation. Instead of entrusting everything to himself and believing that he's the only one that can solve this problem, he sees the light inside of Chihiro. And in this final duel between Samura and Akamura, which, by the way, is just one of the absolutely coolest things in the world. Samura saying that based on Akamura's judgment, countless people who don't deserve to die are going to die. And Akamura just firing back with, nope, that's your judgment. Everyone that I kill deserves to die. I promise you that. And as Samura dares to be the one to return Akamura to the dungeon, which, by the way, I think is going to be the case. I think there's only so much longer the Sword Saint is going to be able to occupy Yura's body, because if the Sword Saint is able to just hold on to Yura's body forever, then I mean, how the hell are we going to even have a time skip or future arc if this man is just wandering around the scenes causing the Magatsumi and causing the malediction everywhere? But as these two characters duel it out, Samura, somewhere deep down inside, knows as they battle, this is going to end with his loss. He completely understands that Akamura Soga, the Sword Saint, is this prodigy, this man who has mastered the blade even when he was a small child. And by the age of 18, every single duel that he ever fought in was just a plain execution. There was that much difference in skill level. And you can quite literally see this. The way that Akamura moves is insane. He pulls like a 360 spin in the middle of a clash with Samura to get him cut right through the face. And because Samura is focusing all of those black flames on not just the world around him, because something that we do get in this chapter is confirmation. Suzaku's black flames staked off of Samura's life actually end up being stronger than the Magatsumi's life drain. Even though Akamura is placing all of his life drain and focusing it on Samura and the world around them as they fight itself, this is still completely outweighed by Samura's black flames, because as Magatsumi obliterates everything with the malediction, Samura is immediately able to piece it back together with Suzaku. The problem with that is, while he's keeping the battlefield and everyone else around him intact, so one, Shiba can escape with everyone, but two, there is a world still around after all of this battle takes place, Samura can't heal himself because of this. So all of the wounds that he takes during this last and final scuffle are final, which again just further reinforces I really don't think Samura is coming out of this one, especially since we get this spirit world conversation at the very end too with Akamura and Samura, as Akamura basically tells Samura, hey, you're the last bastion. You are the last real threat of the enchanted blade wielders, basically saying that Uruha, the other two sword wielders, everything like that, he's not worried about them in the slightest. Samura really was the very last piece and the strongest chess piece on the board, if I should say so. And when comparing Samura to Chihiro, Akamura basically says, you're really struggling and betting your entire life on the future that is going to be led by this guy. And it shows a vision of Samura watching Chihiro slashing the bamboo sticks with the blade, and he's unable to get through 3 of them. He's still very young at this point, right? It's a metaphor for Chihiro still being unseasoned. He is really, truly not ready to be doing the things that he is doing. And we have kind of floated this idea around, especially before we got to the Kamunabi raid, right in the middle of the Kyoto arc. There was that whole development of Chihiro having to understand and master the EI white purity style. And sure, it's amazing that he was able to do this in 24 hours, and it's amazing that he was able to level up that quickly. But the issue is faced with someone like Kuguri, faced with someone like Hirohiko, who is also a very talented learner as well, Chihiro is not the level of swordsman that he needs to be to take on a threat like Akamura, a prodigy like Akamura. He is, as far as we know, and for all intents and purposes, the strongest swordsman in the entire country. No one holds a candle to him. Even without the malediction, even without Magatsumi's abilities, we see here in this final duel of Akamura and Samura, as their abilities cancel each other out and they are reduced to nothing more than sword skill. Even then, for the second time, Akamura just immediately blitzes and takes Samura out without an issue. Even as they square up for their final clash, I think it's almost guaranteed that Samura is not coming out of this. But the thing is Samura, even in death, facing his end, knows that he is making the right decision. He knows that he can impart everything to Chihiro. Despite what Akamura says, Samura completely counters this by saying, sure, a master like you who had already been a prodigy and been one of the strongest sword masters of the world by the age of 18 probably wouldn't find anyone like Chihiro amazing or any at all interesting. But 3 years ago, he was literally only just forging blades. The fact that he was able to grow this much and show so much promise in such a little amount of time, Chihiro's just getting started. He's just beginning. And that's enough for Samura to fight this final fight and give it all just to make sure that Enten isn't completely destroyed so that Chihiro can not only reforge it, which is something that the community has been theorizing for so long, and to see it actually come true not only reinforces the idea of there being some kind of time skip, but also shows that Chihiro is not only going to master swordsmanship in this time skip, because that is clearly the main thread of it. Chihiro needs to become a master of not just vengeance, but of his craft, of everything and honing everything. And how is he going to do that? Well, he's going to watch this final clash of Samura and Akamura like his life depends on it, using those special Kunashige eyes to analyze that one subtle possible weakness that no one else will ever be able to see but Chihiro. Because again, Chihiro was the only one that was able to actually piece together Butterfly's spatial rend. So if anybody will be able to witness and find a crack in Akamura's armor, then it's gotta be him. And even if he can't seize that opportunity now, even if it takes years for Chihiro to get to that point, knowing the state of the world and knowing everything that has been lost in this Kamunabi raid, where we go from here, I don't know where it is. We still have so many Hishaku members that are important. We still need to meet up with the previous Enchanted Blade wielders. And again, I don't think Akamura can hold on to Yora's body for that much longer. Wherever we end up leading off after this arc ends, which is probably coming in the next couple of chapters, I've got to say, I have enjoyed this roller coaster ride. And I am excited to see not only Chihiro's journey to get stronger now that he knows everything that he needs to do to actually achieve his goal. Because before he was shooting in the dark, defeating Akamura Soga was something that was in his mind, but he didn't realize what he was up against until now. With everything on the table, how will Chihiro respond after this? What a way to finish what probably has to be the best arc in Kagurabachi to date, and I'm sure that from the way that this chapter ends, it is only going to get better, honestly. Where else could this story go but up? Because whether we get a time skip, whether we get some kind of training arc for Chihiro, regardless of how Hokuzono decides to take this story, I think everything that has been set up in this moment is going to be very hard to not land, especially based off of everything that we've seen Hokuzono is capable of doing. The new characters that have been set up, and especially their goals and reasons for living and fighting for another day, the people that Shiba was able to save, the group of characters that have been put together that are going to stand against this new Kamunabi organization that will be led by the Sword Saint. In a chapter where we really do get, unfortunately, the death and final moments of Samura Seiichi, a beloved character that people have grown very attached to since he's been introduced. There's so much going on in this chapter that it's like, there's so much to talk about, not even just Samura's death. You would think that this chapter would be dedicated just to him, but in this video, I have so much more to speculate and discuss in regards to even just like the small flashback that we see, where we see Samura and Akamura Soga, two characters who were led together not because of some ridiculous war. They actually met each other way before this, almost seeming as if they were samurai in like a Shinsengumi like organization, like where the Shinsengumi were like commoners and low-ranking samurai that created a police force on their own to protect their homelands. And whether they were a part of the Kamunabi or not, Samura dictated it as his duty to kill and punish evildoers. And in that task, he actually came across Akamura Soga before the Seitei War, before all of this. And we actually do get confirmation here that Akamura Soga did at one point believe that there was a peaceful world that lied in the wait of end of this. Everyone has always said that the Sword Saint has changed. He was changed by the war. You even see this in his eyes. He no longer has that black tint that the Magatsumi has corrupted. And that does once again bring up the question, is Akamura Soga truly one and corrupted with the death force, the blade of absolute destruction that is the Magatsumi, of darkness itself? Or was Akamura Soga always this justified quote-unquote evildoer who sought nothing more than to protect the civilians of his country in any way that he possibly could? Even in this flashback here, after killing the evildoers, he lets all of the innocent people go. In the previous battle with Samura and Chihiro, before absolutely just slaughtering them, he made sure all civilians were evacuated in the battlefield. Akamura, clearly, by the end of this, has an idea to make sure the innocent are taken care of. The only people that are going to die are the people responsible for letting evil run rampant in the country while he was locked away in prison. I truly do have to ask once again, even though it's so heavily implied that Akamura changed, I really have to sit here and wonder if he was always the same from the very beginning. This peaceful world that Akamura imagined, it's just no one really knew how far he was willing to go until it was too damn late. And while I feel like these are answers to questions that we'll definitely get way later on, one thing that I do truly love is that the Sword Saint is such a complex character with multiple different layers. Because if he was just a genocidal maniac, while that would still be, you know, extremely horrifying to watch, I'm sure, just based off of the amount of power we've seen him unleash, but knowing that there's actually deep down somewhat of a good nature to him, that not only the whole innocence and keeping them safe thing, but also in this final clash between Samura and Akamura, Akamura knows that if he does nothing at all, Samura is still going to die here. He'll burn to ash and it will be over. He's burning the rest of his life force to keep this going. Yet in this final moment, he gives Samura the respect that he would to any other swordsman, sheathes the Magatsumi, and prepares an actual honest swordsman's final clash, even though both of them most likely know how this is going to turn out. Akamura is more than aware he's going to win this trade-off, and Samura is probably also very aware that he's going to lose this, but he does it not for the chance to defeat Akamura. He does it for the chance to wound Akamura while he can't heal, to do a critical blow to him, a wound that will at least give everybody the chance to escape. Chihiro, Shiba, all the people that Shiba saved, they can get away, and Akamura will need to heal and recover before he's able to completely go off and change the world as much as he wants to.
This video is sponsored by GamerSupps, the ultimate energy and focus formula. Use my code NOOP now for 10% off, and thank you GamerSupps for sponsoring the channel.
We see as these two warriors trade their final blows, there is a shot dedicated to Chihiro's eyes watching everything. And as the heat generated from their swords drawing melts away everything in a split second, while no one else probably would have been able to perceive the small, slightest opening that the Sword Saint may have unveiled throughout his entire life. Remember, this man is the greatest swordsman this country has ever known as far as we're concerned. I am almost assured that the next time Chihiro faces Akamura, not only may it be in a similar situation to this very final moment that Samura gives off, but I think Chihiro may have pinned it down and realized the moment that he needs to actually change up or switch fate to win the next clash he has with the Sword Saint. But unfortunately, Samura is not Chihiro, and it's revealed that afterwards, in this what seems to be like a brotherly hug and a send-off, because once again, Akamura, despite being an insanely evil person, he was still a comrade at arms, and Samura knows that deep down inside there is still that good-natured hero that he grew up with. And admitting that the war cursed him and that he wasn't able to face his daughter, he tells Akamura on what are most likely his final breaths that Chihiro was the one that was able to dispel that curse. And with that send-off, as we get the reveal that Samura was cut in half, he tells Akamura that Chihiro will also be able to dispel Akamura's curse. We don't know what that curse is. Maybe it has to do with Chihiro's mom, his sister, Kunoshige's wife. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Regardless, I think that is just speculation. I also think that's a pretty decent on the nail theory, but we'll just have to wait and see in regards to that. Again, all funny. I think Kagurabachi's story and writing is perfectly going just fine. I don't have any complaints. And especially not about the fact that we get the reveal that as Samura dissipates and turns to ash entirely, the final crow feather slowly drifts off towards his daughter and reveals the Tobimune, who a lot of people have obviously predicted since the very beginning that Iori would be the next wielder of Tobimune. While it is sad that Iori and Samura may never get a chance to live and have a future together, to be completely honest with you, I'm glad that he was able to open his eyes and at least admit his wrongdoings to her, because at the very least, they do have some kind of closure, and that may drive Iori to be a much stronger threat that faces the Sword Saint. I don't know in regards to how and what we need to do to reach this level of power that the Sword Saint has reached, because again, he just walks down to the last remaining fucking Kamunabi higher up that's probably still alive or hasn't escaped at this moment and says, all right, what's your purpose? To eliminate threats to this country? We're going to make sure all citizens are safe. I'm going to tidy up a few loose ends, but you guys are under me now. I'm running the Kamunabi. Which is just the Sword Saint literally taking control of the country is not at all how I expected this arc to end whatsoever. Crazy to me. I honestly fully expected Yora to actually get control back of his body by the end, but it seems like that's not the case. We do know that Akamura did deal a pretty critical wound to the Sword Saint, which is most likely why he needs to heal. He most likely needs to, one, get his original body back and give Yora back his body, because it seems he's going to be partnering with the Hishaku, and the Hishaku will be directly working under him and with the Kamunabi. This is literally setting everything up for what will be an insane, like, new storyline almost for Kagurabachi. The world itself is going to be changed beyond belief, and I am very interested to see how this goes, because even though the Sword Saint has amassed all of this power and is now basically in control of the country and is able to use the Magatsumi to wield power like an iron fist and, as he says, let this corrupt world know the power of the enchanted blades, he also understands that he has left a major loose end to his solution of saving this country, which is the very fact that Akamura saw the look in Chihiro's eyes. Even at the brink of despair, he knows that a swordsman and comrade like Samura wouldn't have placed his belief and trust in Chihiro if it wasn't worth something. And even though Akamura doubted him at first, realizing now that this may be the one thing that could take him down, Akamura can only regret that he didn't chop Chihiro's head off.
With the official ending of not just the Kamunabi raid arc, but part 1, apparently, of Kagurabachi as a whole. I can't lie to you, when the chapter ended with the title card showing up, I absolutely lost it, and I knew we were bearing witness to peak fiction as it was being written, and Hokuzono was literally having flames erupting from his pen as he put that together. But getting into the actual chapter itself, titled Future, it basically gives us our closing out into what is most likely going to be a time skip, whether it is a couple years, a couple months. We already had a short 4-day time skip just to get to this chapter. With everything that is being set up here, we are clearly making way for a new saga of Kagurabachi entirely, with Samura essentially sacrificing his remaining life force to not only make sure that Chihiro, that spark that could potentially change the future and heal whatever this quote-unquote curse is that Akamura Soga has, the Sword Saint. Chihiro now has everything riding on him, and he doesn't have any senior, any veteran warrior to help him. He does, of course, have Yoji Aruha. Aruha was one of the people that was saved by Mr. Shiba. It's very clear that Chihiro losing Samura is meant to reflect Chihiro's need to grow and become that mature leader. And I think we see that immediately with this small little conference call that he has with the Masumi. The Masumi admit that they couldn't risk Iori's life and put it into danger any more than it already was, right? So even though they reached out to Chihiro and didn't get a single response, they were not going to just jump into the situation at Kamunabi headquarters because they didn't want to get Iori hurt. And luckily they did not, because as they are reading in the newspaper, the return of the hero, the return of the Sword Saint has been declared in mass across the country of Japan. Akamura is doing exactly as he said he would. He is taking control of the Kamunabi, making himself well known to the world at large, and basically making it clear that if you do evil, you're gonna get killed. You're gonna die. The Magatsumi is going to drain the life force of you. If you're an innocent citizen, awesome, great, you can continue living your life. But evildoers beware. And I have to say that definitely might be some effective deterrence in making sure that crime drops down pretty significantly, almost guaranteeing that you are gonna get, turned into a fucking black tree is pretty, it would stop me from stealing, if probably. But getting into it and getting back into our protagonist here, Chihiro is now faced with something of an impossible, odd situation. Defeating the Sword Master and destroying the Shinuchi, the most strongest and most powerful enchanted blade that, as we bore witness to a couple chapters ago, is not only one of the most powerful blades in all of existence, one of the most powerful weapons, but it is wielded by a sword master that is unparalleled when it comes to actual battle experience. The way that this man was so casually able to just roll the dust off of someone like Samura, off of someone like Chihiro, and just casually almost destroy everything that we have come to work towards in a single appearance. Chihiro not only needs to refine his abilities, he also needs to refine himself. He understands and fully was able to look upon the final clash of Samura and Akamura, meaning whatever Chihiro was able to learn from those eyes of his is something that, even though he's aware of, it's something that he needs to make sure he can make proper use of. He understands now the dark power that Samura used, that black energy that is used by siphoning out your own life force, something that the Magatsumi is able to do simply and like second nature. The enchanted blades are also able to do as well, just on a much smaller scale. So Chihiro is going to take that power, as he calls the ultimate arcana, and not only is he going to use it to bring about his own philosophy, smith his own enchanted blade, and something that he has said from the very early ages of his childhood, that he is going to surpass his father, Kunashige Rokuhira, in not just person, but also in swordsmithing. And with the remnants of Cloud Gouger and Enten, whether Chihiro makes 2 new enchanted blades or he makes 1 new enchanted blade with the combined efforts of both, all I know is that Chihiro is going to take everything that he has learned from this saga of Kagurabachi and put it into this blade, because now at this point he has seen his father's enchanted blades get used for so many different reasons, get used under so many different wielders, from Sojo to Kyora all the way up to Yora, and even Hirohiko as well, right? Hirohiko is completely left out of this equation, which I'm sure is, if Hirohiko could know that he wasn't thought of in this finale moment for Chihiro, then Hirohiko would be in more down in the dumps than he already is, right? Like, he was already pissing, shitting, and crying everywhere. That would just be, I think we're gonna get a new Hirohiko in this next saga that we are not prepared for. I think Hirohiko is going to either become him and rise to the occasion, or he's just gonna be left and he's just gonna be in a terrible shape and his character is gonna be left in shambles and in ruins. But getting
back to the matter at hand, because honestly, just knowing that this is the end of part 1 of Kagurabachi has opened up so many awesome and interesting possibilities to the imagination, really just speculating on everything that could possibly be going on in these next couple of chapters that we're gonna get. But I think something that I would want to end this review on is one last solution that Chihiro does actually come to. Even though the Tobimune has been passed down to Iori, and even though they are going to obviously work towards training Iori up and making sure Iori can fight on a level that is equal to whatever Chihiro needs for this next battle they're going to have against the Sword Saint, I think everybody that we saw get saved is going to level up, and the next time we see them, it's going to be a very big improvement upon everything that we have seen. I am truly just so excited for part 2 of Kagurabachi, but most importantly, Chihiro believes that they could potentially use this dark power to bring Samura back from the brink of death. And I know a lot of people are going to maybe feel a little bit upset about this, but actually, for all reasons to revive a character, I think Samura, of all people, does deserve to be brought back, not just because of any kind of convenience or because I think people shouldn't die, but because Samura bet everything on this future with Chihiro in it. Samura knew that the spark that Chihiro showed, even though it would not bear fruit today, it may bear fruit many years in the future, many months in the future. Again, who knows how long of a time skip we're going to get. Samura was willing to sacrifice his life, sacrifice his chance to live with his daughter with his eyes open for Chihiro to fight another day. As Chihiro correctly says, he doesn't believe that Samura just gave up his chance to live a future life with Iori. He thinks that Samura has had so much faith in Chihiro that maybe, just maybe, a future could exist where Samura is returned. And remember, Chihiro has been killed and brought back to life, so was Aruha. So that way they could, you know, remove that contract, the eternal contract of the Enchanted Blade from them, from Samura's original plan. So I think of all characters to maybe get brought back all the way at the very end of the series when they finally unlock the correct pieces they need to create that dark flame again. Think about it. Chihiro's Aka has now analyzed and downloaded Tobimune, Kumayori, and potentially even parts of the Magatsumi. Whatever new blade that Chihiro puts together, and whatever this new saga has for us in Kagurabachi, just know that I will be here every step of the goddamn way, covering it and going on this journey with you guys. So if you don't want to miss any future Kagurabachi content from this channel, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe, the hype button, and I am so excited to hear what all of you guys have to say in the comments down below. So I will see you guys in that next video. I don't know if we're going on a break or if we're going on like a short hiatus for Hokuzono to kind of put the next saga together, but if we're going right into next chapter next week, I'm ready to see what this new part has for us in Kagurabachi, guys. Peace.